what's up? Hello, Brittany. Hello, round two. Hello. Hey, what's up? We're live. We're here. Sorry for the short notice. Everything's been short notice these days. I need to get more light. Is that better? Whoa, that's too much light. We're gonna try halvesies. I like halvesies. What's up? Hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. I am sorry I had to cancel Monday, Tuesday. It was like I've obviously had to cancel before, but I have never been in such a state that I couldn't even hobble over to the computer to turn off the event. But I was out of it. I'm feeling much better, clearly. So I am excited. If you don't know what we're doing here, welcome. This is Critical Eyes. This is episode 105, part 1. We're going to be watching the 105th episode of Critical Role's Vox Machina campaign, their first campaign. I have been a very long time DM, but before this series, I had never watched any actual plays. I still don't watch actual plays outside of this series. And I talk about my kind of takes, my opinions, my look at at Critical Role and their version of D&D as I see it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and try to have some fun doing it. And interestingly, this is maybe one of the better takeaway episodes if you're relatively new, because at the beginning of every episode, I try to give my takeaway from the last episode. And my takeaway on this one is, we'll call it weird. I'm not quite sure if that's the exact right term for it. I think that it is probably the takeaway that, well, I don't even know. I don't know how it will be received. Part of me thinks that a lot of people will disagree with it. But we will see. I did not quite have time to set up the entire scene that I wanted to for this, but I know how to do it because I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty good at these things. It's going to look a little strange, but that's fine. Second. Oh, I shouldn't reorder everything like that. Oh no, what happened? Oh God, wait, maybe I'm not good. Maybe I'm not. Oh no. Oh, it's all gone. Oh God. Shit, I fucked everything up, chat. That's not good. Whatever. It'll be fine. I'm just going to go to a big ass screen share, and we'll talk about it from there. Because I need a screen to talk about this. I don't think I can just I can just talk about this without some visual assistance. That's what happens when you get sick. It is what happens when I get sick. That's true. This should be juice. We will see. It is related to, but not like entirely about, one of the main arguments from last episode in the second part, but it's not entirely about that. That was just what kind of spawned me thinking in this direction. And I realized that the entire episode sort of could be seen through the lens that I'm going to talk about, at least in a little bit of a way. I would claim, and this may be the juicy claim that people aren't going to agree with. We'll see. I would claim that last episode was maybe the episode that stands out in my memory as an example of like a Matt Mercer effect causing episode. It is like the episode where I think, and it is so subtle, is the sort of the tricky part with it. But I think it is the episode that is maybe like the best for an actual play, or it has the biggest distinction between how good it is for an actual play and how good it is for a home table. I don't even think it was a bad episode, or a bad session, I should say, for a home table, but I think it was so much better as an episode of an actual play than a session of D&D. And I wanted to break down why, because also part of what got me on this process was a lot of times when I have an argument with chat, I have like an inkling of where the disagreement is from the very jump. And if you haven't seen last stream, which would be very fair if you hadn't, for context, I essentially said that I did not care about the scene where they were all talking to Paylor, and there was kind of this kind of in fiction question in the air. Oh no, is Vex dead? And Paylor's like, what does Vex mean to you? And I said I didn't care about it. Now, I said that very flippantly because I am trying to get better at expressing my emotions quickly and succinctly, especially if I don't have like that deep of feelings about it. But I think I'm getting better at doing that for positive emotions than negative. I think I did not convey everything accurately. And that was compounded by the fact that I used the term suspension of disbelief incorrectly. And chat was like correct about like being confused and taking issue with what I was saying about actors and audience and the suspension of disbelief therein. Because I was like just using improper terminology. I was referring to the same thing, but I was using it in like the wrong way for what I actually meant. Vindication. Now, don't go too far. You might still disagree with me, even now that I'm using as I will use the term correct. But it is possible that my improper use of the term was the core of the disagreement. That is super possible. So we'll see. So the reason that I wanted this TL draw, and what my takeaway really centers around, is when I watch Critical Eyes, who am I? Who am I talking as? Because I got a comment regarding the actor audience disparity and suspension of disbelief and all that from one of the longest time fans of the show, John Forsyth. There are people that were here before John, but I don't think any of them are still around. John is the one who's been here from the earliest that is still here. So if there's anyone that I would expect, and like I talked to John offline about time codes. We taught like if there's anyone I would expect to have like an insight as to what Critical Eyes is, quote unquote, it would be John Forsyth. And John said in a comment that in his view that the reason I was getting such hard pushback from chat was because I was taking on a role that I don't normally take on in Critical Eyes, which is that of like a film critic. And that really confused me. That like comment and that phrasing, because I was like, what? What? Like, sometimes I will need to acknowledge the actual play nature of things. I often refer to it as the actual play of it all. Like sometimes I will give an entire critique and then caveat it at the end with, but it's an actual play, so I get it. Or I understand why he's doing that for the actual play. He can't cut the session early because there's an expectation of how long the stream will last or the episode will be. You can't have like a 1 hour episode, that sort of stuff. So I will sometimes dip into like, hey, my TTRPG critique I still think is valid, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't expect Matt to do it any differently because it's an actual play. That is not how I felt last session at all. Last session, I was firmly in the perspective of critiquing this as a TTRPG session. And like, at default, at base, I am always imagining myself as either the GM, either as Matt, or as a player, as one of the 7 to 8 players. That is fundamental to how I watch the show. I am never or I shouldn't say never, because I'm sure that there are counterexamples. But in general, I am not watching this as if I am an audience member. Even when I'm theorizing, I am theorizing from the perspective of the players. That's why when people bring in extra textual lore, when they say like, oh, well, this, that, and that about the D&D Pantheon, or this and that about Vecna, I will say, look, all of that, could be true. It could be relevant, but any of that could get changed in Exandria by Matt. So I am only looking at the things that I can see in the campaign. I'm only looking at it from the perspective of the players, not from the perspective of the audience. The one big exception that I can think of here that sort of proves the rule, but is maybe a counterexample, is me making predictions based off of the stream where they accepted prompts from the audience, and it ended up being about Symphior, and that in the minds of many. That's maybe the only time where I was theorizing as an audience member. But typically, by and large, I'm even theorizing as a player. And so when I said last session and last stream, I don't care about this scene, I was not talking as an audience member watching an episode of an actual play. I was talking as a player, imagining myself in this session of D&D. And that is why, in my head and in my heart, I was still very within the realm of what Critical Eyes is. And I was not getting into like film critique area, because I wasn't saying what makes a good or bad actual play. I actually think last episode was an incredible episode of an actual play. But I was talking as, if I'm one of the players at the table, I don't care about this, and that's a bad thing. But I didn't say all that. I was trying to go quickly. I'm not very good at being concise and going quickly yet. And then when we actually did get into a little bit of expansion, I used one term very incorrectly, and that kind of, I think, derailed the whole thing. So the reason I have this whiteboard pulled up, and the thing I wanted to talk about, is I wanted to sort of level set about a lot of the terms that I use, how I think about them, and how I think they really apply to last session. I mostly think about the like roles within D&D in terms of film and television roles, which is kind of weird because I have absolutely no experience in film and television. But I think that they have film and television because it's all pre-recorded, but it is also like this, it still has a visual component to the medium. It's all of the roles of the people that work on it are very separated in a way that they aren't in a lot of other mediums. So something like an author of a book is both the director and the writer of that book, right? And I'm sure if you're in film and television, you could probably subdivide it even more than I can even. Because there are lots of, I know, sub-roles within all of these things. Like the difference between like a showrunner and a producer and a director and a storyboarder. I don't know. But to keep it high level, I generally think about when I'm thinking about TTRPGs even, I think about them in some core like film and television language. I think about it. I need to bring over the whiteboard because my mic does not stretch that far. Let's see. There we go. So I think about the roles of director, especially as they're relevant to TTRPGs. I think about, oh, I should make that smaller. Do I have an undo button on here? No. No, I do not. I have zoom in and out. That's neat. I have not used this whiteboard or this tablet in a long time. This is going back a little bit back in the day. Director. I think about writers. And I think about actors. We could also call actors performers. And I think about these three things. And in TTRPGs, these three are all the same thing. The GM and the players are all three of these things all at once. And they trade off the kind of levels that they are of all three of these things. And even from table to table, one of the things that I think is very involved in defining a table tone is what percentage of these is kind of separated between the players and the GM. In something like a Daggerheart, let's say, as opposed to a D&D, there is much more director kind of role given to the players. The players, I always talk about it as they have a lot more authorial control. But what is an author if not a director and a writer at the same time? And so in something like Daggerheart, you give them a lot more authorial control. In something like D&D, they have a little bit less. And that's more or less writer stuff. And one of the big things with this, as it is relevant to the last argument, or to the argument in the last episode, is the term suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief. Now, this is the term that I used incorrectly. And I just want to read the Wikipedia article because it is, to an extent, it is a colloquial term. It does not have a truly rigorous definition, but a man named Samuel Taylor Coleridge, I did not know about this guy, coined it. And I think that the way he coined it and the way he used it is how most people understand it. And was one of my big issues is that I was not really using it how he used it and how I think most people understand it probably. Suspension of disbelief is the avoidance, often described as willing, of critical thinking and logic in understanding something that is unreal or impossible in reality, such as something that is a work of speculative fiction, in order to believe it for the sake of enjoying its narrative. I was not using it, or I was using it as both the act of doing it and as the willingness to do it. And the first time that I used it and the kind of mindset that I was in for most of the argument was I was talking about people's willingness to suspend disbelief. But that is not really accurate. Suspension of disbelief is like a state or an action. You suspend your disbelief, and when you are doing that, that is the process of suspension of disbelief. So when I said that I can't suspend my disbelief, that was just purely incorrect. I just should have never phrased it that way. I should have said I am unwilling to suspend my disbelief. Because it's not a question of can or can't. And it makes so much more sense to me why people were referencing the player's acting experience. Because there is like an ability and a skill towards suspending your disbelief well that is completely separate from your willingness to suspend that disbelief. And that is where I think the big difference is between actors and writers, is in this idea of willingness. So I'm going to kind of subdivide suspension of disbelief into two halves. There is the act and there is the willingness. And again, I think this is my really key distinction and mistake. There we go. I think that for actors, willingness does not factor in. Willingness. Oh God, my handwriting is horrific. I need to zoom back in. The kind of claim that I was making, and that I still believe, is that willingness is not a major factor. Whereas for and I should have oh no, shit. I undid stuff. Willingness is not a major factor, and I should have put oh my God. I have not drawn in this on stream in too long. Oh no, the chat is covered up now. We'll put it to this side. We'll put it over here so that chat's not covered up. I also forgot to even mention over here is audience. And I think, as people rightly pointed out, to an extent, when you're doing something like a live performance especially, but even a filmed performance, who is an audience member is a little bit sticky. Like, to an extent, you are performing for your fellow actors. But I think that the role of the audience, the willingness, willingness to suspend is a higher factor. So this was my main claim. And I was conflating the act. Oh, it's all on pen mode. I was conflating the act with the willingness. And these are two totally separate things. And my essential claim was that for actors, willingness is not really a factor. It is purely about or not purely, but it is mostly about your ability to do the action. Whereas for an audience member, the willingness to do that suspension is much more of a factor. That was my primary critique, or that was my primary kind of stance. And that is, I think, really relevant to that scene, to the Vex dying scene. And what I should have said is that I am unwilling to suspend my disbelief. I think I could have. I think all of the players in the scene did suspend their disbelief. And there is a question about how good are you at doing that? That is a separate factor. But I was primarily referring to I am unwilling to suspend my disbelief for X, Y, and Z reasons. And I'm not going to go back and relitigate that scene because, it's kind of past at this point. But I think there's probably a more interesting discussion to be had about that scene were we to discuss it in that light. To be fair, TTRPGs are particularly unique and tricky. Absolutely. For one, I wouldn't say it's not visual since there are cameras recording the cast, but it isn't visual in the classical sense either. Well, I'm pulling these terms from film and television, not because, not like specifically because it's visual. I just think that because it is visual, they have more of these subdivisions. Because it's visual and pre-recorded, especially. They have more of these subdivisions. So that's just why I'm pulling it from that area. Sorry, I'm a bit sick today. My brain's kind of pudding slightly cooked, so I'm not sure if I'm making sense or if I even understood what you were talking about. I think you're in the vein, at least. Okay. So, why did I make in all of this? Why did I make the claim at the beginning that I think this is the most like Matt Mercer effect of all of the episodes that I've watched? And why did it feel like I was being, a film critic? Or, I was being possibly nitpicky. I was, I think, largely talking about my perspective as an audience member if I was a player. Like, the player position of being in the audience, because the players are members of they do have that audience role, but they are also writers, directors, actors. They are all of those things combined. And so from our perspective, as us in the audience, right? We don't have to worry about any of these things. As the TTRPG, or sorry, not as the TTRPG, as the actual play audience, we don't have to worry about any of these things. But as the player audience, we do have to worry about all of those things. So when I am looking at, I'm trying to think of exactly how to phrase this. I had it better in my head before I started. I'll give another example from the session, because that's the thing that Critical Role helps me do. It gives me concrete examples. The monologues. So from a actual play audience member, like us watching the actual play, I said multiple times that Matt's monologues were not broken up by player action because the player action wasn't real and it wasn't true. There wasn't true choice there. That is only from the perspective of the players. From the perspective of the actual play audience, the monologue was absolutely broken up. Monologue's not like a vague term with a lot of interpretation. It's a pretty clear term, and it has like pretty clear usage. So when I say that, like, the segment inside of Pelor's Palace was one giant monologue, if I'm looking at that from the perspective of film or TV critique, or just as a actual play audience member, that's just not true. It was broken up. There were several characters with several different lines within that sequence that were not Matt, at multiple points throughout. But from the player perspective, and using monologue as a term in a slightly different way, from a, like, I'm a player in a TTRPG session sense, the monologue was not broken up because the pieces in between were not true choices. There was nothing to actually decide on or to act on or to choose within that. So there is also separately this distinction down here between, if I'm a audience, if I'm an audience, there is the session audience and the, we'll call it stream / VOD audience. Oh gosh. And so my claim is essentially that for this group, there were the monologues were not broken up. For this audience, the monologues were broken up. Monologues were broken. And I want to highlight that difference because I think that that distinction permeated this episode. To use a TTRPG term, they were on rails for most of that segment with Pelor. That's a good way to phrase it. But the audience of the stream or the VOD are not getting that experience. From the perspective of the stream / VOD audience, there's not nearly as much of a feeling of on rails. And that is credit to Matt, because, and I mentioned it during the sessions, those little faux breaks that he sprinkled throughout the monologue, I think were really smart. Like, if you're going to do a monologue, I think you should sprinkle those sorts of little pieces within that. Like, if you're looking at your session and you're like, I'm gonna do a monologue, I don't have a lot of places to put player action within the monologue. We just got to get through it. I think that's a smart way to do it. Like, if we're starting from the perspective of we need to have everything that's there, because it does from a purely audience perspective, and maybe I shouldn't even say, and this is the really tricky thing about using these terms, is because maybe I shouldn't even be using the term audience here. Maybe I should be making a distinction, and you guys can chime in on what you think would be more useful terms. Maybe I should be making the distinction between director and writer and audience here. Because it could be said that from the player perspective, the monologues were not broken up because as directors or writers, the players did not have the essentially space to write. They did not have the opportunity to really direct the scene in any meaningful sense. They did not have the opportunity to write anything in any meaningful sense. But from an audience perspective, it was broken up. Maybe honestly, maybe that's the better way to phrase it. is not talk about these two separate types of audiences. Maybe we'll talk about it from the perspective of directors and writers versus audiences. So from the perspective of an audience member, whether that is a player or a stream viewer, the monologues were broken up. But from the perspective of a writer... From the perspective of a writer-director, the monologues were not broken up, which is probably a good way to phrase it, because I do think that evokes kind of what the distinction of on rails is. On rails, literally like referring to, like a roller coaster ride, is referring to audience, right? The thing that the rails indicate is that the players are taking on a purely audience role. They are losing a lot of their role as writer and director. They are not able to make changes or make substantial impacts to the story within their role as writer and director. The GM is setting up the scenario in a way that does not make their writing contributions substantial. So maybe that's the way I should phrase it. It's this distinction between the writer, director, and the audience. If I'm understanding, please clarify, because this is all very weird and like it makes sense in my head, but it is sometimes slightly difficult to convey. What you mean is that if this were shot like a movie, the character, Matt, continues talking without interruption while something else happens, thus not really broken up. Kind of the opposite. Like, if I imagine this scene in Legend of Vox Machina, there is no monologue. It is broken up. Even if we do like a shot-for-shot recreation, and even if we film it as with the voice of God DM just like being piped in over the scene, the monologue is still broken up. Because from a purely audience perspective, there are literally lines that other characters are saying in between Matt's large sections of talking. So if I'm purely watching the show, the monologue is, in the most literal of senses, broken up. Because the characters did have the opportunity to say lines between the long segments of Matt talking. However, because it was, to use the TTRPG term, on rails, because the players, the scene was such that they did not have real writer or director input upon it, there was no real choices to make. From a writer-director perspective, they're still going to feel like it's one big monologue. Because really what it is one big, long segment where only the GM, in this case Matt Mercer, is actually making any sort of writing or directing contributions. It didn't help that suspension of disbelief is a term most often used for the public's experience more than the players, which might have confused us as to what you were referring to. Absolutely. I think that was like the big problem with like what really spawned that argument was that I used the term incorrectly. I was directly conflating the act and willingness. I was just like saying the same thing. But I was kind of also switching back and forth between what I meant, which could also not make it very clear, obviously. Yeah. So maybe like a script where the DM's monologue is like stage directions with occasional lines from the characters. Kind of, yeah. It's sort of like, I think if you were in the writing room And one of the writers brings a big ass fucking chunk, and lays it on the table in front of everyone. And they have like Mad Libs style areas for the other writers to fill in. So it's like, all of this, all the stage directions, NPC dialogue, all of these various things that are going on. And then there is predetermined character speaks here. Character says XYZ. And then they already have the next section that happens after that already pre-written. So it fundamentally cannot depend on what will get put in there. Does that make sense? I think that's sort of the delineation here. So from the perspective of the writers, it's essentially one giant monologue, because nothing that they even put in there will determine or change or affect the future text. Now, and that's why maybe monologue isn't quite the right word for it. Honestly, the more proper word probably would be on rails. But I have a real hesitancy to use TTRPG fandom terms because they carry such connotation with them that I really hesitate to use those sorts of terms. But the most accurate term probably is on rails. Yeah. Reminds me of a show I worked on last year. The director loved the prose of the stage directions in the play and wanted the audience to be able to experience it too. And this is one of the reasons that I kind of made that claim at the beginning, that I think this is the most like Matt Mercer effect type episode, is I think this is one of the episodes that comes off the best to the audience. I think there is so much good and like really solid decision making for audience within this session. Really great decisions. And like the players are audience. Like I don't want that to, and this is why I think maybe John took me as saying, or it took me as doing a more like film critique sort of angle, is because I was talking about, audience, but I am talking about the players, right? The players in their audience type role. I think that this session was filled to the brim with good stuff for the audience. Now, the reason that I was kind of flippant when I said that I didn't care about the scene is because I didn't care about it as an audience member, which is like a legitimate critique that I am levying. I am like levying that from the perspective of, if I was playing out this scene, I would not care about it, and it would make my willingness to suspend my disbelief a lot lower. I would not be nearly as willing to suspend my disbelief. This whole discussion about my comment. No. Your comment just said something that made me really think and reflect about how I came off in the session. It is not breaking down your comment at all. It was just a very interesting perspective that made me think a lot. But it is. Sorry, where was I? Oh yeah, but when I'm talking about like audience, I am also talking about the player perspective. It would have made me that scene and the like lack of grounding or dramatic tension would have made me less willing to suspend my disbelief for it. I still would have done it, especially if I'm on an actual play, if I'm on a stream. But it would have made it a lot more difficult. And the players in this scene are clearly able to do it. I think I would be able to do it. But it's going to reduce the amount that I am carrying, that I'm making, I think, like really big decisions or big swings. And And another comment was comparing that scene to Whispers. I'm famously not a whisper enjoyer. And the comment talked about the dramatic tension of that scene, of the audience is going to think that Vex is alive, whether that is the players or the stream audience, right? The audience members, there's the clear like language here and the like just understanding of story and like the GM not being a prick. They're going to like assume that that Vex is alive, and so there is dramatic tension where the audience assumes that, but the characters might not. And that dramatic tension can be nice. And this is the very kind of tough part. And I hesitated on if I even wanted to bring it up because it's hard to talk about it so removed from the scene and from us watching the scene. But in general, I think dramatic tension is not something that I am always in support of. It's not something that I always like and that I am like, that I think always is additive. I think it is often additive, but I mostly look at it for comedic dramatic tension, especially within actual plays. Or sorry, not within actual plays, within TTRPGs. I look at it for comedic relief. That's the way that I am employing dramatic tension most often. It's all one of the reasons that I don't use whispers a lot, is because I think whispers remove the opportunity for a lot of that comedic dramatic tension. There's also an aspect of like dramatic tension depends on how exactly it is distributed. So for something like a whisper, we kind of have like up here is like the players, and down here are the characters. So like dramatic irony more than dramatic tension. Yeah. That's actually, yeah. Yeah, keep me on my terms, man, because I love using the proper terms, especially when we're doing like a somewhat, a quasi-educational thing here. So keep me on my terms. Much more dramatic irony. That's a good way to phrase it. So we have like up here, like what the players and the characters, and then we'll have this line representing who is like in the know, if that makes sense. So for something like a whisper, it is, we'll say that above the line is they are not in the know, right? So for something like a whisper, the like in the know line is kind of shaped like this. And this is not a shape that I like. And it is, there's, I think it kind of displays the asymmetry between the authorial control in the scene. Now, some people want that asymmetry. Like we've talked whispers to death. I'm not here to relitigate that. The argument that I have found the most compelling for whispers is that this sort of asymmetry is desirable. At times, you want the players to have an asymmetry in the amount of authorial control that they have. My big issue with that is specifically in D&D, the things that whispers are kind of targeted at are a lot of times determined on build and like what class you're playing. So the asymmetry doesn't like even out over time. Now, if you're very on it and you're making sure that it evens out over time as the DM, I think it can be fun. Now, the dramatic tension that we saw last time was all of the players are in the know, every single one, basically. And all of the characters are not in the know. I'm not a huge fan of this shape either. I'm not a huge fan of this shape. And there's actually a really, in thinking about this, and in thinking about these shapes in this way, I also think I realized how I would change the Vex scene, which is very cool. Anytime that I'm like thinking about things in like an abstract way, or I'm using like visual graphs, and it helps me make decisions about how I would change a scene, that to me means that it's working on some level. So I don't like this shape. I'll show you the shape I do like. I like this shape, where one character is in the know. It's a very faint distinction, like a blink and you miss it distinction. But this, and for a reason that I can't even quite explain verbally, and maybe you know, in this we'll figure it out. But it is the distinction of like, you know, this totally solid line across versus this one line down. What your characters don't see. I'm not, cutscenes. Ooh boy, I have feelings about cutscenes. I have a lot of very complicated feelings about cutscenes, but that's a great example. Because I think, who says that? Is that like an Abria Iyengar line? I've heard that. I know that's a quote from a very famous DM, but maybe that's like a NADPOD quote? I can't remember. I've heard it before. I've heard it referenced. It is Abria Iyengar. Okay. Look, I'm sure that Abria Iyengar is delightful. And so I'm not going to talk too much about cutscenes until I see one. Because I've played in a campaign with cutscenes, and I had mixed feelings about them in that campaign, both positive and negative. So I would need to see an individual cutscene to give a real evaluation of it. But the difference between this straight line and this one line down is like, this is like the anti-whisper, right? This is the exact like opposite shape. And I could even say, it could be argued that whispers are shaped more like this, not like that. Oh no, now I'm getting my shapes mixed up. Oh no. It could be argued that, whispers are shaped like this. So you can see that the players are all cut out, all the other players. Having this one dip into the character allows us to get their reaction to the lack of knowledge from these characters, and it allows these players, all of the players that are not the one with the character in the know, it allows these players to specifically play not only to that player, but to that character, right? They can very specifically play to it. I think about like earlier in Vox Machina, when we've had some comedic scenes where I'm trying to think of an example. I'm sure there is one. Of like Grog does something alone, all of the players see it, and they enter the scene later and they're like ribbing him about what he did. I can't think of, great example. Fucking Scanlan. Scanlan with Kaylee. The first night that he meets Kaylee. Like the night that he meets Kaylee, they have this huge dramatic scene. So all of the players watch that scene, and obviously Scanlan is there for that scene. So Scanlan is the big dot. None of the characters know that Scanlan just had an incredibly dramatic scene with Kaylee, and they think the characters are under the impression that he slept with Kaylee. And so you get a very comedic scene where all of the other players are able to play their characters directly at the character that is in the know. And not only do they get to do that, they get to poke and prod at that character and watch their reactions. This character that is in the know also now has to react to all of the characters that are not in the know. And this shape told me how I would change that scene. I would have Vex be able to see all of the other characters, to see and hear. And for us to know that she can see and hear them. Possibly, I'm not entirely sure about this, but possibly even have her like be partially apparating, but like not quite able to like fully put herself back together. And maybe she knows, maybe Vex knows that this is just like a process that happens. Maybe Pelor even tells her. Maybe Pelor says straight up, yeah, your body's just going to take a sec to reform. But then he maybe like gives her a little cheeky wink. This one isn't very in Pelor's personality, so you'd have to massage it a little bit. But I could see, some type of deity giving like a little cheeky wink and be like, wait, watch this. And then Pelor goes out and asks everyone, what does Vex mean to you? So now Vex knows, Vex is in the know that she's going to come back. Pelor's in the know. But the other characters are not in the know, and we get to watch Vex's reaction. The other players get to write their characters and watch the reactions of Vex, of Laura Bailey playing Vex. This is a shape that I am much more into because this shape and like what this scene sort of does is it means that these characters don't matter. Like they do. I'm being hyperbolic, but they don't matter in like I don't really care about what they say. The point of the scene is this character, and it is seeing how that character reacts to what all of the other characters are doing. So it is actually giving like it's this weird like kind of it is asymmetrical, but it's this weird ramp up in authorial control for all of the players. Because all of a sudden these three players, the three players on the outside, they get to really specifically poke and prod this player to see how they react. They get to, they have, a lot of control over what that player has to, provide them in terms of information about their character. It is an unparalleled opportunity to learn about this character and to kind of force this player into telling us about them. But on the other side of things, it's also a huge amount of authorial control for this central player that is being poked and prodded. They get to determine how they react. And since they're the focal point of the scene, their reaction is incredibly influential on how the scene actually plays out and how it actually ends. So I am that is what makes me care about that scene. I care about that scene because I want to learn about this character. That's why I care about the scene. And that's why I found it much, much harder from the player perspective to care about a scene shaped like this. When none of the characters know, but all of the players do, who's the focus of the scene? Even if let's just call this Vex. let's call this column Vex and Laura Bailey. Even though Vex is ostensibly the center of the scene, we don't get to see her reactions. We don't get to see her opinions. We don't get to see her even internal monologue. We get to see it a little bit on Laura Bailey's face. And, like, you know, credit to her, that sort of non-verbal acting is a really, like, good thing to do here. But, and we're not doing ads. We're not doing ads. There we go. But overall, I don't much care about the scene, even from the player perspective, because when the distinction is like this, at least in my opinion, what the individual characters do or say kind of doesn't matter. They're just kind of talking into the ether. You know, it matters insofar as, like, they, you know, all get to hear what they think about the common character. But I just don't really care about what they think about the common character. Or sorry, I don't care about their opinions about what the others think about the spotlighted character. I care what the spotlighted character thinks. But the spotlighted character wasn't around for that scene. And so that's like what really makes it hard for me to care about that. Now, I will say, I do think that there is, like, a level of taste here. I want to, like, display it and display this opinion because I don't think this is, like, a huge minority opinion. I think that you are going to run into players that feel the same way about these sorts of player character knowledge splits. I think that's going to happen. So I'm not like bringing this up just to give my own take on the scene. I am bringing it up because I think it is important and relevant. In terms of, like, DMing advice, but I went kind of fast with it, and I just gave that kind of flippant, I don't care, because it is an opinion thing. At the end of the day, there is an amount of taste anchored in there. And one of the things that I think is, shit. All right, let me actually go back to the screen share for one moment. Okay, and this is kind of my crux point and position for why I think that this entire episode was better as an audience member than as a writer or director. In this sort of split, right, there's kind of a third layer here, which is the viewer. And I don't have my pen out. I put it back. There is the viewer up here and about what they know. Now, the viewer almost always knows what the player knows. That's not always the case, especially with something like Whispers. But the viewer almost always knows what the player knows. But when we think about that distinction that I made of, like, why I like the one down like this, because it focuses the scene onto this character for the other audience members, we might say, that, from the perspective of the viewers, is always happening, right? So I am getting to see what my target, if I'm watching the stream, my, like, target character is all of the characters, right? So it's the party as a whole. So if I care about Vox Machina, period, I want to see what Vox Machina thinks about itself, right? That is an inherently interesting thing, is to see their own opinions about other members of the group, right? If that is like, because for every scene, the target is some subset of Vox Machina, if not the entire thing, and that always works because the player does not have any like writer or director or like authorial control within the scene, right? They don't get to dictate. They don't get to focus things in, right? They don't get to like play off of the other characters and players, right? The distinction between this and this from the perspective of a viewer is kind of neither here nor there. We're still just seeing characters talk about each other. Like when we're watching the actual play, all we're doing is seeing characters talk about each other. We're never seeing our character or us talk about another member of our party. Right? So if I'm at the table and I'm, say I'm Scanlan, right? I don't care about Vax's opinion of Vex nearly as much as I care about Vex's opinion of me, of Scanlan. That's not a factor for stream audience viewers. So if I'm looking at this from like a film critique perspective, there's nothing to say. There's no negative here. Because it's just like not the type of distinction you even would draw within like a TV viewing session, if that makes sense. The only distinction that you might draw is if you care about certain members of Vox Machina more than others. Then there might be a little bit of a distinction in how much you care about a scene that is focused on or targeting certain people or getting to hear certain people's opinions. If you don't really like Percy, or you don't care about Percy, or you don't like Vax, you don't care about Vax, you're not going to value hearing their opinion as much as you would value hearing someone else's opinion. But all of that is fundamentally different than if you are playing the scene. At which point you are writing and directing your own personal character. The whole like world to an extent revolves around your character. Like that is your responsibility. That is your privilege to be able to play that character. And like every scene you are seeing, literally, you're trying to see through the lens of that character. And so your primary concern, even as a player, I would argue, is that character's interaction with other characters and getting to see other characters' opinions and interactions with your character. That's why I said I didn't care about the scene, because I was not going, as a player, I was not going to get any of that. As an audience member, sure, whatever. Like as a stream audience member, I should say. Whatever, sure, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that scene. But if I'm imagining playing it, not nearly as into it. So that, and I think that also goes for the entire walk-up section. Like I tried to say it during the stream, I thought the walk-up section was fun and cool. I'm into weird and alien environments, the megafauna that all of a sudden like gives way to this like very stark clearing around a big cathedral, the lights emanating from the inside, the stained glass repairs itself. Absolutely. I'm in. He just has like an army like wandering around outside. He has a bunch of these individual sun trees. Loving it. But if I'm playing in it and my character is not able to act or interact, there can be a problem. from the writer-director angle, that's where we start talking about, things being on rails. And again, I really hesitate to use those words because which is why I didn't last 2 streams. It's why you would not see the words on rails or railroading coming from my mouth first. Maybe I would repeat a chat here or there. But I try really hard to avoid those because they have such negative connotation, even though I think they shouldn't. Like, I don't think that the on-rails nature of last session was that much of a problem, honestly. And I think it got them through the entire thing way faster than they would have had it not been on rails. And there was enough interesting going on that I think, as an audience member, it was fun. Like, it was fun enough. But, that only goes so far. I care about the environment. I care about all of these things. I didn't care about hearing other people's opinions about Vex. And so once I stop caring about that, it lowers my investment as an audience member. Now, I might still have some investment as a writer or director, but I think my problem with that Vex scene was that there was also not a lot of, or it didn't have one of the main things that I think kind of enhances that writer-director control and interest. So it kind of had neither for me. I wasn't super interested as an audience member. I wasn't super interested as a writer-director. That said, the audience member aspect of it is going to be a taste thing, I think. And that's why I sort of half agree, half don't agree with chat, is like, I think that scene, if you like it, absolutely. I think as an audience member, it's a taste thing. It's a taste thing, it's an opinion thing. But I think that kind of objectively I also hesitate to use the word objectively, but I would argue that beyond taste and beyond opinion, there was very little there when it came to writing or directing. And that sort of position within a scene. Let me read some chats. Yeah. Many people equate on rails with railroading, which has connotations. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now I agree with you. Well, that's nice. That definitely was like, to be clear, that was not the purpose of this, was not necessarily to make people agree with me. But I did want to come forward and be like, I used some wrong and bad terms. Like I used terms incorrectly. So I'm glad that we agree now that I am using the terms correctly. But I wanted to correct myself regardless. Except on whispers. Well, that's fine. That explains the timing of the ads always cutting you off. The ads are especially fun because I have some idea of when they're going to trigger, but I don't always know. I don't have an exact idea. So I'm also a little surprised every time. That's what's really, really funny. But if I can recall, she does it up to dramatic tension if something like a perception check fails, but you use it like she does. You have to trust your NPCs won't act on the info. And this is the thing with giving players information. You're giving them more authorial control. You have to trust them with that authorial control. The more control you give them, the more they are able to affect the scene and the story, and you have to trust that they will not take it in a bad direction. Yeah. Grog and Percy's workroom in relation to the comedic tension. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Hey, see how your friends feel about you? Yes. Scanlan and the spice scam? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So dramatic tension is best when one player has a spotlight. Depending on what we mean by spotlight. Yeah. I think that it could be argued that Vex had the spotlight in that scene as a character, but she wasn't interactable. So I would at least argue that in TTRPGs, dramatic tension is at its best when one character has the spotlight and that spotlighted character is interactable by the rest of the party, is what I would argue. Or at the very least, can perceive the rest of the party. Because that's like the big thing, is seeing that character's reactions, the spotlighted character's reactions to the rest of the party, at least for me. Yeah. Have we watched any of the ep? No! But this is a pretty big takeaway. Because this is about like the role of me and like what I do during Critical Role or during Critical Eyes. So there was a bit to talk through. But yeah. So all of that, keep changes. Sorry, I had to flip the tablet back. There we go. Apply that change. Bing, bang, boom. Good to go. Yeah. So it was very interesting. It was a very interesting episode. And like the reason that I say that it's the most Matt Mercer effect-y of any episode I can think of is because it was really solid for the audience, but I think it was much less solid for the players from a writer-director perspective. And I think that is like one of the big risks, I think, of copying what you see on an actual play. Like, I think that's one of the biggest risks, is that you will misidentify why you like something. Because as we watch the actual play, we are only in that audience role. And that audience role is important. Again, I want to reiterate, the players are members of the audience. They take on that role. What the fuck? That was weird. They take on that role. But it's much harder to dissect what you like because it's good for an audience member versus what is good for who are essentially writing and directing partners, right? What is a good way to hand over authorial control or writing opportunities or directing opportunities? Like, what are good ways to hand those things over versus just like what is fun to watch? I think the writer-director aspect is much more, how do I say it? It's much harder to see. And it's one of the reasons that I have seen the Matt Mercer effect and how do you want to do this sort of breach containment totally separately. I've never heard, ever, someone say that how do you want to do this is like part of the Matt Mercer effect, or because a DM is using how do I want to do this, they're falling into the Matt Mercer effect. Whatever. Even the people that are operating in bad faith, I think. I've never heard them say that. And I would argue that that is because how do you want to do this is actually a great example of an incredibly solid and consistent way to hand over writing and directing, what I would call that authorial control, to your players in a way that is very controllable and containable, but is also like actually providing them a pretty fun opportunity to express their character in what is otherwise a pretty mechanically heavy sequence in 5e combat. So again, that's why I point to this as like the Matt Mercer effect episode, is because so much of this is, I think, audience focused as opposed to that like author focus. Yeah. Anyways. Don't want to derail yourself, so hope to hear your views on cutscenes another time. But I would really hate a DM to do an Abria I don't see cutscene because it would directly interfere with my suspension of disbelief. Because I think I will have the opportunity to talk about them with much more concrete examples in the not too distant future. So I'm not going to talk about them here. I will say I'm torn. I think it's a very nuanced tactic or technique, I would say. Honestly, somewhat similar to Whispers, I would say. Like, I lean away from Whispers. I'm more negative on Whispers than I am positive, but I do see the positives to them. I would classify them as like a difficult to execute well technique, and I feel similarly about cutscenes. I don't use them, but I have seen them used well, so I don't want to make too many blanket statements without a thing to bounce off of. Yeah. The Matt Mercer effect is usually used derogatorily, but how do you want to do this is largely seen as a positive. Absolutely. And my argument is essentially that I think a large reason for that separation is because the Matt Mercer effect is, at least the way that I encountered it was DMing or playing techniques or expectations that primarily serve a streaming audience more than they serve an actual practical session of D&D. That's what I've mostly heard the Matt Mercer effect invoked as. Now, again, I don't really agree with that. Or at least, I think a lot of Matt's style that I have seen chalked up or included within the Matt Mercer effect, I think is absolutely replicatable at a home table. I think there's actually not that much that Matt does that is an unfair expectation to have at the table. There are certain things, voices, sound effects, absolutely. Bad expectations to hold your DM to those standards. But most of Matt's techniques, I think, are absolutely replicatable if you really take the time to analyze what he is actually doing, rather than just what it kind of seems like on the surface. So I'm largely the Matt Mercer effect is unfair to Matt Mercer. It is people not understanding what he actually is doing, I think. And then holding their DMs to a standard that is not even, like, will not even get them the desired results were it to be achieved by their at-home DM. Because Matt's doing something totally different. It just looks like something else on the surface. Yeah. Service your fully mature views in the fullness of time? Yeah. Anyways, I think that's it.
Hello, everyone.
That's it. You can hear it in the background. I'm pulling it up. We're getting ready. Hello? There we go. I don't know why it's not unmuting the mic. It's like correctly doing everything else. Let's move that up a little bit. Oh, wait, take out the taskbar. There we go. Shoopa-dow. And then let's see here. Get rid of the suspension of disbelief. Pull this up. Move you over to there. Oh, no. Oh, no. I told John I was going to make him the session report, and then I didn't. And now I am paying the price. I don't have the session report actually done. Yeah, wait, let me schedule a new session right here. What's up? Nope, Paige was just poking her head in, did not say anything. I was attacked by a vicious wife. Let's see. All right, we've got the report created. And then John did send me the timestamps because he's on his shit, regardless of if I am. So I can pull that up right here. Old version edit. Pull up Discord. What a vicious attack. Absolutely vicious. I'm in trouble, guys. Let's see here. Episode 105. And John, I will make the further reports. This is why I said I'm looking at alternative ways to do this. Because needing to make the reports every time is annoying, to say the least. Oh, no. Oh, it's all jumbled together. Oh, great. You guys get to see a little bit of behind the scenes action. A lot of times most of the time John does this for me. It's incredible. 1 hour, 7 minutes, second half. Matt ends the break here. Or maybe he has a better way of copy and pasting them into there. That's also possible. But most of the time he has these all formatted. I want my drum roll back to... Is that good? Okay. A 7-minute art break. Wunderbar. Obsidian was better. No comment. I will say I'm looking at alternative ways to handle notes for C2 that I might try during C1, although I don't have any specific plans yet, because I have very specific things that I want out of a new system, and I have not taken the time to really look at all the options. Mega, how would you want to do this? How would I you want to do this? I don't, can you rephrase? I've done so many of these systems and I just keep falling back on Google Docs. No comment. I think that's fair. How would you say you want to do this? How would you say you want to do this? Like with the note taking? I almost don't want to say, because I don't want a bunch of people to recommend stuff and then for me to have to turn all of them down. Because there are reasons that I can say on stream, and there are some reasons that I can't say on stream. But I'm about to say. Okay, I wasn't sure if that's what you were doing. I'm bad at reading sarcasm in chat. Anyways, but I know that I want to make it easier for me and John to interact with the time codes. That's one of my big things. Now, I could have set up World Anvil better, and I'm going to try to, honestly. But something that makes that information sharing a lot easier, but also adds some permanency and but still has some control over what people, can or can't put in. I don't know. Just make your own website, Forehead. Yeah. I'll just make my own. You're so right. At this point, why not? Let's see. 11, Matt near the end of his recap. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I want. A Sam ad that I enjoy. Fuck it. Let's watch a Sam ad today. How long is the first half? Hour 29? We can watch a Sam ad.
group called Quid. You want to talk about that for us?
Why is it always quiet?
Quid is our sponsor tonight, a fantastic new sticker app for your phone. You can check it out at bit.ly, that's bit.ly/crquid, that's CRQUIDD. I didn't know much about the company, but Quid sounded vaguely British, so I little known fact about me, I have access to the BBC archives at home, so I did some snooping, and sure enough, I found a World War II newsreel transcript that talked about Quid.
Wow!
So I thought I would do a dramatic reading of it for you right now.
There we go. You need seatbelts.
News from the front. This is Nigel J. Creamhutch reporting from BBC London. March 23, 1944 may be a turning point in World War II as PM Churchill announces a new weapon in the fight against those devilish Nazis. They're calling it Quid. A new
Devilish
hardware can collect stickers,
Nazis.
cards, and Funko figures on your telephone device. Our lads on the front lines are already using it. We spoke with Lieutenant Neville Bingham of the Royal Navy. Right, yeah. Quid's like this free app available on the Apple App Store and Google Play, and it's helping us drive Hitler back to Berlin. But it's not just our Tommies. The Reds have discovered Quid as well. We spoke with Tank Commander Ivan Bashenko.
With Quid, Russian army is strongest in world. Morale better now with thousands of stickers to collect that can be used like emojis and messages to your friends. Stalingrad will not fall with these cute stickers!
Why, they're even using Quid across the pond. We spoke with American Sergeant John Smith, an American doughboy. I'm John, an American. We American GIs love to collect stickers from brands like Rick and Morty, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, Breaking Bad, Star Trek, and newly announced Game of Thrones. Take that, Emperor Hirohito. Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. Your British armed forces and our allies will defeat the Nazis and win the Second Great War if you go to bit.ly/crquid and check out Quid. Good night, good luck, and God save the Queen. Pip pip.
I'm so glad it's available.
The American doing the American accent is it is certainly an experience. Yeah, an actual American doing bad American. Oh my God. I'm trying to think, what would I do if I was doing an American accent? Californian's good, New York is good. What would I do? Hello, I am an American. I am doing an American. No, that's just my voice. I don't know what I'm doing. Texas? You do Texas?
Yeah.
Southern?
Yeah.
Southern's American?
Yeah. I feel like when countries think of American accents.
I do. That's fair. I think, well, Southern.
Like, hey, y'all.
Well, because Southern has a lot of similar characteristics to British. So there's probably some overlap there. What?
I can't really think of the similar.
It's a lot of
You have to talk about where it's at in your throat
what
or in your mouth.
I mean yeah, it's a lot of vocal fronting. It's like if I'm talking about if I'm talking, it like goes all the way there, whereas I would say I'm talking
People that
further
haven't
back.
had
Talk.
vocal lessons,
Talking.
they wouldn't think about it like that.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about some Southern accents. A very refined Southern gentleman. Doesn't sound too dissimilar to a British bloke. I don't know. I'm not good at doing accents, but I do like linguistic accent videos. We're getting into a linguistics discussion again. No, I'm pulling the ripcord.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, where we left off last time, Vox Machina, having finally encountered the Undying King, returned in physical form on the Shadowfell, did battle, and fled.
Hell yeah.
Quite unprepared for that venture, and gathered some tidbits of information about what Rebecca's plans may be. Upon returning and discovering that your disintegrated Vax has returned through some deal he made with his patron, the Raven Queen, after disintegrating, you decided to go ahead and try and gather more information about this and beseech some of the higher powers within Exandria. Pike talked to Saren Ray and was given the invitation to come visit her in Elysium, on the island of Renewal. And upon gathering your materials and causing a mess in Vasselheim, you got together and went to meet this fantastic Everlight. On her island, you spoke with her. She gathered some information from you, as Vecna seemed to be blocking at least the influence and vision from a lot of the deities, and then gave her blessing onto Pike, transferring you over to one of the other gods that lives along the blessed fields of Elysium, Pelor, the Dawnfather. You then walked through the orchards that led to the Fortress of the Sun, where he resides, spoke with some of the guardians there, and were led into the center of the Citadel, where you met in the central throne room under the Zenith Tower, Pelor himself. Upon exchanging information, you spoke of your need to gather the favor of certain gods in the battles to come, and were given a challenge to step up to plate Vex'ahlia. You accepted the challenge, and racing to the top of the Tower of the Zenith, before the fires could be extinguished in the brazier that awaited you, you threw yourself into the fire, and upon the party speaking on what it was that made Vex'ahlia such an important member of not just your team, but your family, and gave you strength, she was imbued with a blessing of the Dawnfather himself. After which, we left off as you exited the front of the Fortress of the Sun, stepped into the central glade that marks the center of the seemingly endless orchards that surround this region.
Okay, prediction time. Because Matt was pretty straight up there about, like, what's going on. I wasn't sure last session if this was going to be a thing. But we have right here, you talked to Sarenrae, given the invitation on her island. You spoke with her, gathered some information, and she gave her blessing unto Pike. Then we have the description of Vex'ahlia stepping up to the plate, etc., etc. She was imbued with a blessing of the Dawnfather himself. I don't remember exactly, but I also believe that... Oh, wait, right here. Let's see. Upon returning, discovering that your disintegrated Vax had returned through some deal he made with the patron Raven Queen. Oh, he didn't say it specifically. I'm pretty sure that the Raven Queen referenced giving Vax her blessing. So it does seem as though there is like an individual blessing that can be given to one character, player character, and that I am going to assume at this point everyone is going to get. So, we've got 3. We need 4 more. Who are they going to come from? We've got the twins and Pike down. Grog, Cord. Bing, bang, boom, easy. Grog honestly might have already gotten Cord's blessing. I can't really remember what happened in that scene, but I don't think he got like the mechanical blessing on the level that like Vax and Vex and Pike have. But I'm guessing Grog, Cord. Boom, out of here. Let's go to the bottom row. Scanlan. Scanlan's a tough one. And I think it'll probably depend on how shit goes. I don't know a lot of the gods. So I'm going through the gods I have in my head. Bahamut. Probably not. Ayun? Also probably not, only because I think that Ayun is going for Percy. It's the knowledge seeking. I think she'd be cool with him being, kind of warlock oriented. She's pretty neutral. I'm going Percy, Ayun. Keyleth? Keyleth, I don't know, truly. I don't know if her status as like the Tempest or whatever, like the Tempest of the Storm or something like that. Like she already has like a mantle. I don't know if she kind of already has like the blessing she's going to have that is specifically atheistic. Given her character, I could see Matt having prepared things that way. I think it would be something that Matt would have to tell her off screen because they're so disconnected from each other. Like that happened so long ago that I don't think it would be super natural for her to assume that is like related. Alternatively, what the fuck's the nature goddess name? It's like Arathis, and it was the chick who's the goddess who the high priestess did the soul curse on Raishan. Melora? Mephilora? Mephora? Melora. Okay, cool. Melora makes sense for Keyleth. It's nature. She's nature. I don't really got any rationale beyond that. Arathis, I could also maybe see for Percy, especially given him and Keyleth's conversations about like legacy and all that. But I think Ioun makes a little bit more sense for Percy. Scanlan's where I'm going to take a bit of a swing. Because if I had to identify the power that may be capable of granting a blessing at this level that would most fit for Scanlan, I have one in mind, but I don't know how that would happen. But I think it would make a lot of sense if Artagan gave Scanlan a blessing. If old Garm, yeah, I'm guessing Artagan. I don't know how that would even happen, but he's just the only Archfey that I know. I could more vaguely guess an Archfey. I think an Archfey would make a lot of sense for Scanlan in particular. But I don't know how that would even come about. So, take that one with a grain of salt, I suppose. It fits characteristically and with your betrayer god theories, it would right, like it fits from those perspectives, but I can't really see like the line in the story where that like ends up happening. So I'm going to say Scanlan on Arathis. That's the only other one I really know. I don't think any of them are getting Bahamut. Kima's already got that covered. I think that's pretty much all I know of. And I think most of those, sans the Archfey, are accessible from Vasselheim. So there's at least like there are routes that I can see them taking to get to any of the others. Yeah. You think a clear atheist would get a blessing from a god? I mean, to hear Pelor on it, it seems like it was a possibility. Like, he very clearly had a preference about who he gave his blessing to, but it doesn't seem like it was that Keyleth couldn't receive his blessing. He just didn't really wanna. But it does seem like if no one else stepped up, I think Pelor would have put Keyleth through the trial. And I don't see anyone, or I don't see any reason that she would have failed the trial. It seems like Pelor, was pretty bound by the like metaphysical rules of the trial. So yeah. I think he would have. He just didn't wanna. Yeah, he really did not. He really did not want to give it to her. Yeah, like I think that's super clear. Yeah, I absolutely agree that he would not want to, but I think he could have, and I think he would have if Vex didn't step up. Yeah. Artagan is pretty chaotic and mysterious. He could just pop up and say, hey, it would kind of fit with what little we know of him. My only reason that I don't see that happening, it all kind of depends on if they go back to the Feywild or not. Because my assumption is that Artagan is still locked to the Feywild. Like, even beyond my betrayer god theory, like let's say that the Archfey is a completely separate pantheon, totally separated from the prime deities, the betrayer gods, everything. The Archfey are totally separate. Artagan was still wanting a threshold crest. And I can't see any reason for him to want that other than him wanting to get into the material plane. Which implies to me that he currently cannot get into the material plane, traverse that boundary. And the Archfey are, no matter how you look at it, they are on the inside of the Divine Gate. But when we listen to like Pelor and Cernre, they don't seem worried about the Archfey, right? They don't say like, oh, it's a god, they can like get there. So it seems that even though they are seemingly on the interior of the Divine Gate, the prime gods aren't worried about them impacting the material plane. Now, that could be for two reasons. It could either be because they are very confident that the betrayer gods have been sealed inside the Feywild. They're not concerned about it. It could also be that the Archfey are not the betrayer gods and that they are less powerful than the level of like a prime god or a betrayer god. They're not quite on the deity level. They're more like maybe demigod level. That is super duper possible. I could also see the Archfey being all of the followers of the betrayer gods that were potentially like partially uplifted or granted power. They could even be like, they could be sort of veterans of the old wars that at a certain point of power, they can't exist within the material anymore. There's definitely some alternatives for what could be going on with the Archfey. I'm still going to say that they're the betrayer gods for now, and that the prime gods are just not worried about them escaping the Feywild. They're not worried about the Archfey escaping the Feywild in the same way that they're not worried about the primordials escaping from the elemental planes. Because the elemental planes are also clearly on the interior of the Divine Gate, at least as far as I can tell. And the prime gods don't seem worried about that. So there's it seems like most of their concern is that if Vecna ascends on the material, they will not be able to get through to help without taking down the entire Divine Gate. And, theoretically unleashing the horrors therein. Which I don't know currently what that would even entail. But, yeah. So I don't think that Artagan could just pop up in the material, at least from what I am currently understanding. He could. Like, it would not be like, if he did just pop into the material plane, I would just be like, oh, I guess he wanted the Threshold Crest for some other reason. Probably to transport something that physically exists in the Feywild to the material, or vice versa. He might want to take something from the material into the Feywild. And I mean, frankly, if he is able to traverse the boundary, maybe only he can traverse that boundary. Maybe he can't like take anything back from the material with him. And maybe a piece of the Threshold Crest would allow him to bring things back to the Feywild from the material plane. That could be super possible. It might have nothing to do with the whole, divine beef. It could just be that Artagan wants to go and grave rob and actually be able to take his spoils back to his palace in the Feywild. That could also definitely work. So that would be a way that he could absolutely just pop up. Yeah. But what would Garmgarm's blessing even do? I would think, man, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of options. I think you could give Scanlan a free level in Wild Magic Sorcerer. I think that could be kind of fun. Maybe give him access to meta magic. I think actually, I think that's maybe what I would do. Well, I'm trying to think. What do the other two's blessings even do? I don't remember. Do we know? I don't remember what Pike's blessing does. Or I'm assuming that Vax's blessing allows him to track Vecna. But I don't know what Pike's blessing does. I forgot. I also forgot what Baylor's blessing does. But my gut instinct is give him access to meta magic. Give him access to meta magic, 2 sorcery points. He can't use them for anything else. He can only use them for meta magic. That'd be fun. Pike is flight and some healing buffs. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Scanlan has had sorcery points before? Really? When? I forgot about this. When did he have sorcery points? Was there a drugs? Oh, dude, that actually works perfect. Holy shit. Yeah. Give him meta magic. Give him the when do sorcerers get meta magic? Level 2? Give him just the level 2 version of meta magic and that amount of sorcery points. And he can never get any more. He cannot fucking augment them with Soothe. Or maybe he can. I don't know. That does actually kind of seem within Archfey morality. Yeah, fuck it. Give him sorcery points. I think that's what I would do, yeah. That sounds great. I would ask him about it. I would be like, hey, let's I know that you kind of had this with the suit and that was a little bit of an arc, but now you kind of changed. Like, how would you feel about that sort of thing? Or would that be hearkening too much back to the drug arc? Because, the player might want to leave that where it is, which I think would be totally reasonable. And I wouldn't want to bring that back in unless they wanted to. But I think we should do that. That's not how I read that situation. He didn't seem to want to give it to her because of lack of faith. He didn't. I think he just didn't want to give it to her. I think we're reading the situation the same. I don't know. Maybe not. My impression is that he did not want to give it to Keyleth. Regardless kind of reasoning. It would kind of be bad storytelling if Matt had one of the blessing people just sort of pop up and say, hey, but it wouldn't break anything narratively. It wouldn't break anything within like the logic of the world. Yeah. Your assumption about why the threshold crest makes sense, but it's not established, so Matt could just say it's not the answer. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's all sorts of things we could do with the threshold crest. Yeah. Palor, she just emits a bright light. Yeah. The other blessings are like an hour long, then reset after a week. So giving him a bump of sorcery points for a combat is a cool idea. Yeah, I think there's something there of like maybe make it a little bit less impactful, but a little bit more consistent. Or you could just give him a buttload of sorcery points, but say these sorcery points reset in a week. Like if you wanted to keep them all on the week reset timing, you could say, this is the amount of sorcery points you have for the entire week. Allow him to go Nova if he wants. Which is, what the other two are going to do. Or allow him to kind of spread it out if he would want as well. Makes it a little bit more of a, less of a timing challenge and more of a management challenge. But I think there's a lot you could do with that, yeah. So anyways, those are my guesses. I think in terms of blessings, we're going to find Ioun. Ioun will give it to Percy. And then Ioun will give them the design for the trammel and then tell them about some deities that she thinks might be willing to give a piece of their power for the creation of trammels. It'll just so happen to be the exact amount that we have left, which would be 3, I guess. And she might give them like a list that's a little bit longer than 3. She might give them a list of like 5 or 6 deities. And then, Matt's letting them pick between those, but there's probably going to be some pretty obvious directions. That's what I'm assuming we're going down, is that we're going to go to Ioun. That'll kind of be the midpoint of this. It'll kind of hinge over. She'll give them the design. She'll give it to Percy. And then we'll get the next 3, kind of like we got these first 3. A little bit quicker, a little bit more speedy, a little bit more direct. Less investigation. That's what I'm assuming.
Vox Machina. What would you like to do?
Which totally makes sense in how this arc could be this
really
number
good
of
with this first,
episodes.
by the way, like I said.
We're still in heaven right now?
We're still in Elysium.
Elysium.
Not quite heaven.
Oh no.
Are there any other gods here that we should, curry favor with, of?
Are there any more gods here? Not that we know of.
We forgot to ask.
Did we?
Yeah. I don't think
Are we
Ioun
just
is
looking
here.
at trees at this point? Outside?
You're looking at a series of the Sun Tree cousins, one of which you've met, scattered amongst this glade surrounding the central citadel.
No other people,
Pointing out will
guards,
make me
nothing.
look new.
I mean, you have the guards behind you, the large planetar and diva entities that stand there, armored in their golden plate, just kind of after ushering you out, are standing guard.
Maybe we can ask them.
Sure, I'll go up to one and say, hello there, big fellow.
Standing a full 10 feet taller than you, practically, the wings just slightly bent. The large planar entity kind of kneels down.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh, shit.
Vacation Scanlan here. Couple questions. By the way, was he one of the ones who fought in there?
Make a perception check.
Well, do they all look alike? 17 plus 1.
That's specious.
Hard to tell. You didn't pay a lot of attention.
Okay. Hey, just wondering a few questions. A, how does one get out of here? Is there like a door to another plane, or do we just have to?
I imagine the same way you came in.
A god brought us here. All right, cool. Number 2, are there any other, like your Dawn Father around here? Any other gods that, in the area?
Across Elysium, there are 2 deities that call it home: the Dawnfather and the Everlight.
We covered our bases.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, what are you called?
It looks very closely, and you get the sense that part of its nature is kind of scanning through you. It's getting a sense and a read of you as an individual, and says, "No one you need to worry about." Stands up and then takes 2 steps back into place and looks straight ahead.
God, what a diva.
Scanlan, you should remember that line. That's a
really
good
right.
one.
Yeah, I've already forgot it. I'm too intimidated.
It'll be coming out.
Said no one or something? I don't know.
No one you need to worry about.
Well, good speaking to you.
I was very intimidated.
Just still looks up, doesn't respond.
Well, how do we get out of here? Can she take us home?
She does it on the daily.
I know, but I don't know if this has.
shift.
Yeah, but
That's
they talked about some sort of a gate that keeps the gods out and the bad gods in. And the,
I mean, that's
To remind you what happened last time, there was talking about possibly, or at least there was the trammel, the prime trammels that were used previously to seal the Chain of Oblivion through Zadun, and that the orchestrator, the designer.
Okay, wait. Okay. Lore clarifications from M-Dog Mercer. The prime trammels. They are not just, well, okay. The trammels that sealed Thurisdun were called the prime trammels by Matt. Unclear if this is the full name for a trammel or the specific trammels that bound Thurisdun.
Prime trammels that were used previously to seal the Chain of Oblivion through Zadun, and that the orchestrator, the designer of those was Ioun, the knowing goddess. Ioun, however, has been sealed herself away, being a wounded god, long recovering, and the only information that Pelor has of where she hid herself, the key, essentially, and it's not an object but a person.
Love it. No complicated opinion to give here. I love that the key is a person, that not an actual key. Hell yeah. I love when the MacGuffin's a person, because now the MacGuffin is someone that you have to like convince to go with you. Obligatory JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 reference. There's plenty others though. I Yeah. Yeah. And especially, it's my favorite part if they are an unwilling chosen one. Because I do not like chosen one quest lines. Big ass asterisk, unless none of the main characters are the chosen one. If the main characters are merely escorts to the chosen one or the bodyguards of the chosen one, also see Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion with Martin Septim. If they are not the chosen one, but merely facilitate what the chosen one needs to do, the chosen one would not be able to do their chosen activities without our characters. I fucking love that. I love that. Because there's so much to do there that I find annoying when a player character does it or when a main character does it, but I find it incredibly entertaining when an NPC does it. Like the unwilling chosen one, like, no, I just want to live a normal life. I don't want to go save the world. So annoying when a player character does it. I find it so annoying if they're like, I don't want to go adventure, but I have a fucking mystical calling to do so. Bleh. But if it's an NPC that the players now have to do like a social challenge to convince to come out of normal life and go on the adventure, especially if they're kind of a nobody and like not like super buff, not like super adventure-y to begin with, don't have like a lot of abilities in that vein, especially then, because you're now having to convince them to risk their life and not just, take up the call to adventure, but put their faith in the main characters that the main characters will keep them safe until they get to their chosen one destination. Also, I think my auto ads aren't working for some reason. I don't know why. Auto manual ads. What's going on, guys? Yeah, nothing's in the queue. It says that it completed. Action history. Auto manual ads completed. What are we doing? Input result, no. Did I put no? Fuck. I accidentally put no to do ads. Shit. That's my own fault. It's muscle memory. Fuck it. I don't have to go to the bathroom. We move forward. Yeah. Mad Dog Mercer. Nah, it's the Gatekeeper and Keymaster from Ghostbusters. There's also that. Love that. Yeah. Alternatively, you can also go with the classic throw over the shoulder or in bag. That's a great morality test, especially if the key, the chosen one in this case, isn't an adventurer. If they are just like kind of a normal peasant, yeah, you could just kind of kidnap them. And now that's like a whole morality check that you have to deal with on the way there. Mwah! Love it. I love it. I also to be clear, I love a good physical key. I love a good physical MacGuffin. One of the like defining MacGuffins of all time, the One Ring. That doesn't. It would be so easy to give the One Ring like a consciousness that like speaks to Bilbo, like a Craven Edge type consciousness. And I loved Craven Edge as well. So you can tell I just love this whole genre. But I think it's good that the One Ring does not have a consciousness. It just has this sort of aura or effect upon its bearer. I love a MacGuffin, dude. I won't say you can't go wrong with a MacGuffin, but they give so much opportunity. I also love a gate guardian. I love a physical security apparatus that has to be overcome or outsmarted or whatever. The One Ring talks though. Does it? Does it? Okay, wait, now I'm actually uncertain. I don't know Lord of the Rings as well as I used to. I used to watch it every year all the way through, and I haven't done that in like 5 or 6 years. Does it? I feel like it creates the second personality within Smeagol and Gollum. But I never interpreted that as the ring actually talking to Smeagol. I always interpreted that as like his mind fracturing under the pressure. But I could be wrong. I'm not an Elder Scrolls. I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings lore head. So I could totally be wrong about that. But anyways, I think a MacGuffin it provides how do I say it? Stylistic opportunity in a way that I think good environmental security can also provide, but I think environmental security is much, much harder. So like I think about something like a gate guardian. So the final like weird chain beast in the Hells at the end of the dungeon, or at the end of the prison escape sequence. I think that the weird chain guy was awesome. I thought that was like a pinnacle example of a guardian to me. And is a good example of how like a guardian and environmental design absolutely can be like really thoroughly characterized and can really build out whatever it's guarding. But the characters have to like navigate in and through and an environment, and an environment is really, it almost has too much opportunity. I'll say there's so much you can do with an environment. There's an infinite depth that you can delve in an environment. There's an infinite amount of detail you can include in even a single room, right? Like if I were to try to describe this room to you guys right now, it would take me so fucking long. Like there's a reason that there's the phrase, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Like it would truly take me so long to describe this room to you. It would take me hours and I probably would miss shit. Like it would not be the same as witnessing it yourself, and especially not as being in it. Whereas an item, an individual MacGuffin, even if that MacGuffin's a person, is more contained. There's only so much you can describe about a ring. I could describe this ring to you in a reasonable amount of time. It might take me a little bit. Like I might miss some of the details about it. You know, it's made out of platinum. It has like a series of these little like slits in it that are kind of carved in. It has a patina on it. It clearly shows a lot of wear and tear. There's cuts, there's nicks, there's scratches. I could maybe describe the pattern a little bit more exactly, but I could do it in less than 10 minutes. I don't think I could describe this room in less than 10 minutes. I just couldn't. I think there's just too much detail going on. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity with MacGuffins because they are sort of constrained in a way. Like there's not really an infinite depth that you can delve there, or at least that you have to delve in order to give the fullness of the thing to your players. And I think that makes it a lot more interactable in a way. Even though I love me a good environment, I like MacGuffins because they are easy to thoroughly and deeply characterize in a way that I like doing with environments, but is much harder. Yeah. How would you then counterbalance the DM's NPC danger, the DM's PC danger? Like counterbalance the danger that the NPC MacGuffin is in? That's a case-by-case basis. But that's one of the reasons I love having a humanoid MacGuffin, or sentient MacGuffin, we might say, is because they're going to have opinions about being put into danger. They're going to have opinions about doing combat. And they have to be defended in combat, even though they can't really participate all that well. And especially if you have things that are hunting the MacGuffins, aka, Nazgul. Nazgul? I should stop referencing Lord of the Rings. I don't know it that well. It's just like the pinnacle fantasy, like cultural mile marker. But you have to really consistently analyze your combats with the knowledge that like they will have to defend this thing. Now, if the enemies don't go after the thing, then it's a normal combat. But there's a lot of interesting tactics that you can employ where now your characters have to defend the MacGuffin, and that can put them in some tough scenarios, especially in terms of like placement and movement. It kind of takes the idea of like defend the caster, defend the archer to the extreme, in a big way. We're talking about the One Ring. Oh no. That's just sort of resemblance. I think the film portrays some kind of voice effect, but I don't think it's sentience and sapience are different things. I think that's fair. I do picture the One Ring as being sentient, but not necessarily sapient. I do think it has a will in the same way that I would say that, like, my dog has a will, but not necessarily. I don't think it has a will like Frodo has a will. Anyways, what comes to mind is a wonderfully characterized MacGuffin is the monument from 2001: A Space Odyssey. The fact that it's a plain black rectangle, the lack of detail and features tells you so much. Absolutely. Yeah. And like it is a singular thing. So you know that they could have described more detail, right? Like if there was more detail or more features to describe, they could have done it. So, which is less the case a lot of times with environments, especially in TTRPGs, where sometimes, an environment will feel like it has a lack of detail because the GM just literally couldn't spend the time to detail every part of the environment. You might walk into a room and you don't get the level of detail you would expect, but that doesn't necessarily tell you something about the room. It tells you something, but not nearly what it tells you with a physical MacGuffin, or with a maybe we call it an itemized MacGuffin, like the monument, where there could have been more detail. They purposefully didn't put it there. That tells you a lot more. Anyways, so I'm stoked about this key. To put it simply, having a thing to chase is sick. Yeah. A thing to chase and a thing to protect. Having things to focus on is good for D&D. I know that might sound kind of weird, but I have to remind myself of that sometimes. Sometimes you don't just want them focusing on like an abstract theoretical web of machinations. Sometimes singular things to focus on are good. I famously don't use a lot of BBEGs, but like there's a reason that the big bad evil guy is a thing, because having a guy to focus on is a lot easier, and it gives you more time and room within the rest of your story. Like if you don't want to focus too much on the evil plot, a big bad evil guy is much better. You should still, thoroughly develop his plot, his motivations, all that. But it's easier than a web of events all knocking together to create a scenario that is bad and evil, where there's no one evil person, it's all of these things interacting, that's substantially harder than just having a big bad evil guy. Yeah. So like Mr. Know-It-All said, to put it simply, having a thing to chase is sick. Yeah. Matt Colville has a good video on the topic. I think the name is Verbs and has influenced my DMing so much. That's interesting. Yeah. The One Ring is kind of like that also. It's an object of immense power, but it looks like a featureless gold ring, a band with no stone, decoration, engravings, or text under normal circumstances. Yeah. Give players actionable verbs to engage with. Protect the castle. Chase the bandits. Destroy the One Ring. I feel that. Okay. Absolutely. That's weirdly similar to a piece of advice I got about resume building when I was in ROTC. They said to start every line and bullet of my resume. So it's like, I worked for this company. I had this position. And then, you put the bullets about the role of your position, like what you did at your position. And they told me always start it with a verb and with a unique verb that doesn't appear anywhere else on the page. And I've done it ever since. I like comparing it to other peers that don't do that. I think mine is more engaging when I do that. And it makes perfect sense to me that sort of, I don't want to call it engagement bait because that makes it sound negative. That sort of like engagement hook, or engagement like direction, would also apply to D&D. That makes a lot more sense. No, but I meant more like if the NPCs is the chosen one, there's a big danger of the DM taking that character and making the DM do all the cool things instead of the players. I'm with you. Okay. I agree. It is one of the reasons that I mostly make my chosen one NPCs, if I have them, which I have in the past, totally like physically and magically inept. Like I want them to have the power of a peasant. And their role is like when this specific person steps on the pedestal in this location, they turn into a big ass dragon and can, fight off the big invading Daedric lord. Right. I think about Oblivion had a bit of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion had a bit of influence on my thinking here. Because Martin Septim, spoilers for a game that came out in 2011, play it. 2008. Skyrim came out in 2011. Go play Oblivion. The remastered just came out. Even though I have some issues with the remastered. But like Martin Septim in Oblivion does basically nothing cool until literally the last 5 minutes. Everything else cool that happens in Oblivion is done by the player character, but Martin is still the chosen one. Like Martin is the chosen one. The entire role of the protagonist is to put Martin in the right position, to prepare the Oblivion gates, to bait the Mythic Dawn, or to infiltrate the Mythic Dawn. There is the hero of Kvatch is the reason that the Oblivion crisis resolves positively. If it was not for the hero of Kvatch, everything gets fucked. But Martin is still the chosen one. And I know I'm doing a lot of the video game reference, but hopefully you can imply a lot of what I'm saying here. It is not until the very end of the game that Martin transforms into a big-ass dragon, fights off Mehrunes Dagon, and closes shut the jaws of Oblivion. And so that is, I do agree with you, Chat Noir, on you want to be careful that their chosen one powers don't become kind of too central unless they are going to be played by a player character, and those powers are relatively on the level of the rest of the party. But that's not the type of humanoid MacGuffins that I personally like. I think those are much harder to do better, or to do well. See JoJo's Part 5. Don't love the way that the MacGuffin was handled there. But, yeah. Anyways. What's fun but dangerous is having a person as a MacGuffin. There's always a danger of that person having the personality and depth of an object. Person is risky. I agree. I have said before that, I have trouble knowing how my players will react to NPCs. And so it is a big, I think it really depends on your confidence level in creating NPCs and in knowing how your table will react to them. I wouldn't use a humanoid MacGuffin unless I was really confident in how my players were going to react to the personality. The one time I used one I've used two before, but one was a little bit more miniature. And in the first case, I got lucky. I wasn't that confident, but they just reacted well. And then the second time, I was very confident, and they reacted about how I thought they would. I've considered using them in other places and have opted to not because I was very uncertain of how my players would react. Yeah. You always have to think about what happens if the living MacGuffin dies, but that's not that weird. You should be thinking about what happens if they lose the non-living MacGuffin too. True. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The Oblivion Crisis is amazingly fun as not the chosen one. Yeah, true. Had once a guy whose blood was magic, so the campaign from his perspective was hiding, cutting hand, and more hiding. Yeah! I think you want from the perspective of a living MacGuffin in a D&D campaign, the campaign should probably not be that fun for them. It probably shouldn't be that interesting. Now, you can do a lot of things with character relationships and with role play and the social pillar, but they probably shouldn't get to do that much really flashy cool shit because you want to focus that on the players. Anyways.
You're seeking an individual.
Let's find this key.
Which you were given a kind of solar light map of a single small home in a forest ravine not far from a place that you noticed was near the pools of Wittebach, which is in the Cliffkeep Mountains.
Yeah, but there was also a mention of some divine gate that keeps people from...
Well, the divine gate is a known existing entity. It's essentially a large gate that prevents the gods from returning to the prime material plane.
But we can just go willy-nilly back and forth.
It's like a metaphysical...
Okay, the way Matt's description of what the divine gate is.
Large gate that
This is one of the only times I can think of that he has straight up said it to a player.
Well, the divine gate
is a known it's a large gate.
It's a known existing entity. It's essentially a large gate that prevents the gods from...
A large gate that prevents the gods from returning to the prime material plane. Interesting choice of words. Matt also said the word entity there, but I think he's being abstract. I think he's talking about it's a known entity, not like it's a a being. I don't think it's sapient or sentient. I think that was a little bit of abstract language, but prevents the gods, not the prime gods, interestingly, from returning to the prime material plane. I actually don't know this within D&D lore, and I don't really want to know it. My assumption is that the Shadowfell and the Feywild are the non-prime material planes. They are material planes, but not the prime ones. I could also see the elemental planes being material planes. I don't know. But the term prime material plane is something that I've heard quite a lot. And I think it refers to the kind of connection, the kind of mirroring between the Feywild and the Shadowfell and the material. But I don't know. Break in half an hour. Is that good? Cool. Yeah. Anyways.
returning to the prime material plane.
But we can just go willy-nilly back
Yeah,
and forth.
It's like a metaphysical screen door that keeps flies out.
So
Or
the gods
gods.
can't get in and out.
Yeah.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, the prime trammel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we now have to,
Hey.
and we have to get,
Prime track.
We have to get near the cliff keep
Shards.
range, near the pools of Witterbach. Is where we need to go.
and the cliff keep is not too far from
Cliff Keep-
Whitestone? No.
Cliffkeep Mountains kind of go across a lot of the northern side of Tal'Dorei, from what you're familiar with. Like we're talking
Right.
Craghammer to
Oh.
to Gat Shadow to the Jordan Village, Jordan Village. There's a lot of things. It's like a big horizontal mountain range.
No.
Cliffkeep Mountains kind of go across a lot of the northern side of Tal'Dorei, from what you're familiar with. Like we're talking
Right.
Craghammer, Cliffkeep goes along most of northern Tal'Dorei, from Craghammer to Gat Shadow to Yorin Village. I don't know Yorin Village, but I know the other two, and which is about what I had assumed. I had assumed about Craghammer to Gat Shadow, and then I think the Whitestone Mountains are like the Whitestone Mountains.
Craghammer to Gat Shadow to the Jordan Village, Jordan Village. There's a lot of things. It's like a big horizontal mountain range that kind of caps the top part of the continent.
Do I recognize the city that I can get us to that's close?
Fort
Craghammer.
Fort Dax.
Fort Daxio or
Craghammer.
Craghammer?
Haven't been to Craghammer for a while, although Daxio might be worth a check.
I mean, maybe
What's closest
To the
Cliff keep?
to the pools?
Probably
Pools of Witterbach?
Terra or the Pools of Witterbach. Those are the two that
Terra?
are
What is
closest.
Terra?
My home.
Oh.
Not Terra's not your home. That's
Or sorry.
Sorry.
that's
One of the
different.
other Ashari village. Yeah.
Sorry, Terra is the
Or the Shari.
My
Shari
other
people.
home, my summer home.
Can you
The other
The home away from home.
stolen thing.
Yeah.
can you also remind me where my Vector made me feel Vecna when we were on the prime material plane?
Yes.
I knew all along.
No, but like
Oh, where?
Yeah, where did we?
Okay.
We talked about it, but I can't
You did,
remember.
yes. It seemed to be hundreds of miles northwest of Vasselheim.
Vasselheim. Okay.
Different kind.
You didn't sense
Yeah.
any movement, but you knew the general direction and distance.
And that was yesterday.
Correct.
Right.
Teacher.
Yes, Laura?
I was excited the last game and somehow have misplaced my Paler champion
fucking
piece
blessing.
of paper.
Oh, she doesn't get to have it now. That's how that works.
I don't know how it happened. It's not with my stuffs.
That's okay. I remember what it does.
You
Don't
do?
follow
And if you
for
decide to use it,
You'll tell me?
tell me.
Okay.
I won't tell you. You tell me you want to use it.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I had it, and it's not
Weird how
here.
he's so nice, and it still feels like you're in
And get my glass.
You're-
Stayed on the table the whole
I
week.
am in a lot of trouble, you guys.
Calm but indifferent, like the Dawn Father.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so. What would you like to do?
yeah, what would we like to do?
This is a bit that would be funny in person at a home table, but makes me uncomfortable watching on a stream. I don't know why. And I don't have that deep of feelings about it. But I'm like, ugh. I don't know. Ugh.
Should we go to
Terra?
Terra? Check in with them, I guess, while we're there.
Seems prudent.
And talk to Batiste.
Yeah.
All right. You ready to go?
I'm very ready to go. This is lovely and everything, but I've had my fill.
I will burn my 8th level spell slot to plane shift us to Terra.
To Terra, alrighty.
Mind the gap.
What gap? What are you?
Don't worry about it.
No offense to that fruit, but
No, you didn't sense
I was
any
like,
effects
are we going
from that
shopping?
fruit
Is this-
at the moment.
didn't remove a curse or anything.
No, you didn't. Nothing really caught you up to speed on that.
Are we by those trees, the fruit trees again?
They are
There are no fruit-bearing trees directly near you. The sun
That's
trees
further
around
in.
you, but further in they do, yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. So bring up my notes on Terra, since that's where you're going.
Yeah, I should probably.
When we go, I'm so confused about the order of things. If we go to Ioun and we don't have everything we need for this prime tremel, are we fucked? Or I know we need godly power in order to imbue them, right?
Yeah, I
or
mean,
something?
Either here or soon we need to sort of sit and work this out.
What do we need to bring into the trammel?
Well, Halor gave me this snap, zip. This,
Yeah, good object.
which is it's a stone, and it's supposed to be strong enough to
Power of the
make
Tremel.
part of it. Not
Man, I don't like see myself as the note taker player, but man, I'm at the very least the lore player, which I know won't surprise you guys, obviously, but it's not how I used to see myself. but like listening to them talk about like what they need to do, I'm like, no, guys, what? Like, these things create the tramuls, plural. I think, at least that was my impression. Maybe I'm wrong, but you're going to Ioun to get the design of the tramuls, yeah, and like for her to teach you how to build them because she's the architect. Not for her to do it for you. Again, at least that was my impression. What you focus on lore, I never got that impression. I don't know. I didn't think that about myself until doing this freaking series. And now I guess it's my thing.
All of it.
We need to collect more, though, right?
Yes.
We have to get, like, 8 or something.
We gotta talk to the
Wait, they
gods.
said that?
You weren't given any indication as to how many you needed.
But
just made a
it
note
did
of
seem
that.
like this is not enough.
Oh, no, wait. Ioun was healing for 8 centuries. That's where I got that number. Sorry.
I can do it too. 5.
Zip.
5 stones of power.
All right, so as you complete your spell, Keyleth, you step through the base of the nearest tree, possibly the same one you spoke with earlier if you want to be a dick about it. And
Oh, yeah. Let's walk through that asshole. That sounds
let's walk through that
like,
asshole.
worse for us, but fuck it.
He's
All
got
right.
hard on us as we walk.
You aggressively stampede through the center of this one tree and emerge on the other side from one of
Dick.
from one of the surrounding trees on the Terra village. There are a number of these kind of pseudo-petrified or dried out large trunk trees that seem to have kind of slowly died off from the heavy tectonic shifts and small quakes that happened in this area that have made a lot of the land unable to support large forms of plant life, or at least the trees that used to exist here. So you step out and emerge from the exterior of the village that kind of domes down into this small kind of crater that you recall seeing before, where most of the village inhabits the central portion, and the village is there before you.
What were the shard things called again?
The shard things?
The things we need to collect?
Like pieces of power.
I mean, there wasn't really a name for them more than just their small pieces of essence of the deity.
Here's a question.
So we need pieces of God. Okay.
No raptors.
Does the little seed of light given to my sister look anything like the little seed we saw, Scanlan and Vax saw from riding the shadow creature in the sky?
No, I mean, in the sense that it's a small source of power of some kind, but what you saw there was maybe about that large on the platform, which she has is bead size.
Okay.
No.
Is it like this size? Or is it like this size?
Comparable to each.
Okay.
So, you stand outside of Terra. What are you doing?
What time of day is it? How tired are we?
Based on when you left, because not that much time has passed comparably, it would still be probably, well, you're over in Vasselheim, which means it's getting dark, actually. I'd say with the way the sun has passed through the sky now, you've just gotten past dusk. There's still light in the sky, but it's going from oranges to purples to dark blues on the horizon. And you can see hints of firelight, torchlight, and candlelight from within the actual city below.
Well, what are we going to need on this trip? Maybe we should get whatever supplies we need. Are we going to like? Is it far? Do we need to? Are we going to become gas?
Are we
or-
going underground?
Oh,
Oh, to Terra? Well, that's...
No, we're in Terra.
We're there.
You're in
no,
there.
but I mean, to the next day we're going to the.
Pools. Oh, do we want to stay the night here, though? I
it's
can't
dark.
missed us right now.
Yeah,
I'm tapped
well,
out.
Then we probably need
Probably.
Camp here.
Yeah. Vax, can you sense Vecna? Is he still in the same place?
Can sense him.
You can sense him. He is, from your current location, thousands of miles from you.
Oh, hard to tell. Ben.
He's really shitty though. Wherever he is.
All right.
Yeah, very heavy west-northwest direction from you currently.
Well,
let's
we
go
just
announce
sleep?
ourselves. Let's
Do we need to get any intel on where these pools are? Do we need anything?
We should maybe talk to the people of Terra. It's not that late.
Yeah, we can... let's at least go. They have a spare room for us.
Find some
We
takeout.
can
Aren't
sleep.
you
Yeah.
like the leader of all the people?
Well, I'm the leader of the Ereshari and the Voice of the Tempest. They have their own...
Is that yes or no?
Kaitiaki.
You don't have to
Yes.
fucking brag.
No,
It's just
no,
like-
there's 4 of us.
No,
There's,
cool.
and I'm
Good deal.
one
One
of
of
4.
Do you know the
Yes.
one who lives here?
I do.
Let's go see him
Yes.
or her.
It's like
Or they.
Kages.
Yeah. No, we can just go. Like I was saying, like 5 minutes ago. Let's just go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
so as
so
you
I
walk
go
down
up.
into the village, a number of the guardians step out quickly, seeing an approaching party. However, recognizing Keyleth and her station immediately, turn into an escort that leads you to the center portion of the village.
I request Batiste.
And quickly enough, they go and retrieve Batiste. You see the elderly form of the leader you've met before step out, the graying hair, the weathered dark skin tones, the long kind of greens and brown leathers that kind of drape off, just showing hints of the knees and the lower feet. The large walking staff that he carries at his side as he approaches, and the headdress that seems to be a combination of thick twines and shale shards that have been woven in, steps forward.
Keyleth, an unexpected visit, most definitely.
Kaitiaki.
Kaitiaki.
Batiste, I am so sorry for the late intrusion. We've just gotten back from the plane of Elysium, so we're a little tired. Yeah, we're kind of fighting a god right now. Well, more of like a demigod. So, have you heard of Vecna? Sorry, I'm probably getting ahead of myself. Do you have any food? Let's talk over dinner.
Yes,
Okay.
you are guests of Terra, please. We will provide whatever you
you.
require.
Thank
Come. Provide them a meal. And he puts his hand out and they kind of run off quickly and begin setting up a.
Why do people just feed us? Show up in this food.
You've been used to that your whole life.
Not at home.
I have to
It's
sing
quite nice.
for dinner. You just say,
Try not singing for dinner. That's
maybe
not
I'd get more food.
You might.
I mean, you did have 1 year-ish where you were kind of on,
I had a
on
good
the skids.
I
Yeah,
did a solid year and
Well,
change.
You did your Prince and the Pauper bit for a little bit.
It's a bit vague, but yes.
It's true.
I was on a boat for quite a while.
Oh,
It's kind of like your acting
Oh my
career.
god,
Sam.
can we eat food?
And quick as that, you guys make your way down to. It's a modest meal, but it's a meal nonetheless. Mostly hunted creatures at the local mountainside, some dried beets and root.
We always try to source locally.
Charmingly proven.
Yeah.
Judith, perhaps you should let your people know that the world is in danger.
So the world's in danger, as she said.
As Batiste has come and joined you guys to have this conversation.
Runs after you.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, I just induced panic.
Honey, pack your bags.
Batiste, who sat down with you, says quickly, we have been made aware via the other Ashari that there is some danger possibly coming. We are awaiting word of what to do other than keep ourselves in a defensive position. We have to guard the rift, of course, but should there be a call to action, we'll do what we can. But I'm unfamiliar with this, Vecna, but whatever you plan, please be careful.
Okay. More than anything, I think I would want you all to be relief with the surrounding area and the surrounding villages if anything disastrous were to happen. I know you have to guard the rift, and that is insanely important, and especially right now with someone like Vecna who could potentially abuse that. So, but if anything were to happen, I don't know if you could house extra people during a disaster.
We are quite good at assembling makeshift and temporary lodging. The Iraq is kind of our friend, if you will.
Yeah, that's more, I think, what we would need.
Of course, not a worry.
Currently, Vecna is just north of Vasselheim, close to Pyra.
Have you asked Pyra for aid as well?
They've also been put on alert, but we have not personally been there yet since this has happened.
Well, good. They're closer. But we're happy to help if we can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Things are happening very
Batiste.
quickly.
Yeah.
You know, we just happened here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just thank you for housing
We're
us.
happy to help. Where are you off to?
the pools of Witterbach.
What brings you towards the pools of Witterbach?
You know this place.
There's a series of poisoned wells and hulking stupid giants.
Hulking stupid giants.
Giants. At the pools?
Yes,
I thought it was something about gnomes there.
it was once.
Oh no.
They grew.
Is that something you can do, Scanlan?
I don't know. I think it is.
There are geothermic large puddles across the mountainside, with various minerals being lifted up from the deep waters beneath the mountain. Heated, bubbling, boiling, steaming. But the giants moved in hundreds of years ago, stomped around, and ended up kind of filling the entire subterranean gnomish city of Witterbach with fumes and poison, and killed most of them. The rest fled to Craghammer.
Do you all ever broach the area, or do you just stay clear of it?
Best to avoid. We have our own business to deal with, and it's 100 miles from here. It's not much of an issue.
And the pools are naturally poisonous.
Well, some are toxic, some are not, but since the giants moved in and ruptured some of the natural formations, some of them have grown toxic or acidic, yes.
Do you know if people still try to live there? We're looking for someone.
If they are, they're foolish.
Okay.
That's our kind of people.
Maybe the person we're looking for is a giant.
Maybe.
Do you know what type of giant? We've seen a few types of giants. Do you know their make and model?
The dumbest.
Dumbest. Is that
Mountain
stone?
giants.
Hill giants.
Hill giants.
Yeah. Easy to outsmart, difficult to outrun. They'll eat anything, even small little gnomes.
Seems like they ate a lot of them.
I guess so.
Pasty, I have a question. Do you know anything about Aun?
I know of the name.
But not much.
Well, not the most devoted people.
I know.
I saw that.
I can't imagine I'd have any information you wouldn't.
Okay. Just checking.
My apologies.
This food is really good.
Yes, enjoy your meal. And he gets up and walks away.
Thank you.
So
Oh,
you
he
get-
was so officious.
I thought we were walking into a fucking lake with gnomes living there. I didn't realize we were going to fight giants.
It's like so much
Well,
better
it's
all of a sudden.
If it were easy, it really wouldn't be us, would it?
So the question is there actually someone of some minor intelligence living there that is this magical key, or did that person get eaten by like a giant?
I cannot believe I'm about to.
Okay. I don't want to I don't know that Matt is going to correct them, and I don't want to be operating under a false assumption. But I'm pretty sure that Matt directly clarified last session that it is not in the pools of Wittebach, like the person that they're looking for. It's in a village nearby. Am I Oh, I didn't note it. I can't believe I didn't note it. Fucking World Anvil probably glitched at some point in here and I lost all the notes. Ugh. But if I'm not mistaken, the person is in a village near the pools of Wittebach, not in the pools of Wittebach, which, if I'm correct, I won't talk about it too much because I'm not sure if I'm correct, but there is something interesting to be said there about what your players will latch onto. Like, they will latch onto the proper nouns and not a lot of the, maybe, adjectives that go along with them, or a lot of the qualifying or modifying words. So, near the pools of Wittebach just kind of gets lodged in their head as the pools of Wittebach. This is far north of Craghammer. This is in a forested region outside the pools of Wittebach. Yeah. And the two fucking key words in there is Craghammer and pools of Wittebach. And they've been to Craghammer before, never been to pools of Wittebach before. So that's like the thing that lodges in their head. They remember pools of Wittebach. They don't remember the vagueness of forested region. Now, if Matt had given that forested region a name, maybe. And, to Matt's credit, I think there's easy ways to make it to where they can have an excuse. Maybe this person, this key, goes scavenging in the pools of Wittebach or something, and they need to go and find them in the pools. They haven't come back or whatever. Yeah. A bit later he said, but it's not in the pools of Wittebach, just near it, this strange hovel. Okay, that's what I thought. So, but it's a really good, because even there, the only key, proper noun that is actually repeated there is pools of Wittebach. So, the main thing that is getting lodged in the players' minds is pools of Wittebach. So that is the only thing they're thinking about now, since they've forgotten some of the details.
Say this, I'm inclined to believe the god. They're in the position where trying to trick us out of leaving is not necessary. Could have just told us to leave and be done with it. Bad information just wouldn't suit them, I don't think.
I'm not saying it's bad information. I'm just wondering who the key is.
It's possible the key is now inside of a giant stomach.
Awesome. We gotta go
Which,
right
in that
through the
case,
giant shit.
I mean, it still would be inside of someone.
It's also interesting that Matt's not correcting them. To be fair to Matt, he already corrected them once in the last episode. At a certain point, you got to let him roll with the information they're assuming. I'll be interested if he does correct them at any point, or if he doesn't.
Yeah,
a different someone.
Maybe they're still living inside. Maybe it's like a Moby Dick situation.
Maybe.
Yeah. Or wait, never mind.
You do recall the map that was shown to you by the Dawnfather Pelor. It was adjacent to the pools, not actually in the pools of Wittebach, was within a forest and was a home.
Okay, there we go.
I remember it now. It was a home inside. Oh, I drew a little map of it. Yep, that's it.
Look how adjacent it is to
Yeah,
the
it's
pools there.
adjacent,
Look at this.
but there's a home in a forest.
Squiggly
Did you
line
like
right
it?
there,
That
yeah.
was
No,
that's
it's
what
like
my
a stock
map was.
market, yes.
So can we theoretically just mist over everywhere?
I mean, and just kind of look.
Look, man, honestly, it's tough. I think it is a table tone thing, but how do I say this? It's very clear to me the types of challenges that Matt values and the types of things that he expects from his players. So, even to give, a really, easy comparison this episode, he expects Laura Bailey to have the sheet that he gave her. And if she doesn't have it, he's not going to tell her what the blessing did. Oh, hello. Thank you. Thank you. Where was I? He's not going to tell her what the blessing did. He's just saying, yeah, if you use it, I will like facilitate that. But he's still not telling her what it is. It was her responsibility to write it down and remember it. And Maddie's like kind of strict on that sort of stuff sometimes. But with exploration and distances and traversal and maps, he doesn't expect the same sort of thing out of them. And even like, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting display of prioritization of challenges and like which parts of the game are you really committing to making challenging. Like for me, if I had told them the information and then corrected them once on the information, it's hard to say when or if I would correct them. It would probably depend on how much wasted time we're potentially like committing to this. Or they're going to commit to this, and how bad it'll feel if they do waste that time. But it's interesting. I don't know. I'd be interested to see like almost like a supercut of like all of the times that Matt has like they forgot something and Matt has not reminded them, or Matt has said he won't remind them. Like, you know, they can either make a history check or they should have taken notes. Like, I'd be interested to see a like compilation of all of those moments to see if there's a through line on like what are the moments or what are the aspects of the game that Matt is using memory to facilitate a portion of the challenge, or he's using note-taking to facilitate a portion of the challenge. I think like using note-taking and using memory like that is, I'll put it in the advanced technique pile. And I think it's you don't have to do it for everything in a game. I don't think that at all. But I do think you should try to be consistent. So I'd be very interested. My gut tells me that Matt is like that for mechanical stuff, especially if he gave it to them in writing. And he's like that for character stuff. And like the things that like the stories that characters tell or the lies that they tell or that sort of stuff. But he is not so much like that for exploration stuff. I mean, I think in general, he's pretty low on the exploration pillar broadly. So it doesn't surprise me that he would correct them here. Because that sort of challenge is just not really his, not the sort of challenge that he does a lot. And so his players wouldn't be familiar with that. Yeah. The pace and arc length was probably also a larger consideration. Good point, Jonathan Busby. That's a very probable factor here in maybe he'd be willing to let them waste time in a different arc. If they're between arcs, if they're in the Chroma Conclave arc, he's probably more willing to let them waste time by going to the wrong location. But this arc, where wasting time is much more of a detriment, and where they literally heard this information like earlier today in character, but you know, it's a week ago for the players. I think it's totally fair to correct them here, to jump in and correct them. But I do think it really depends on the type of challenge that you're trying to convey. Hey, Mega, why the bandana? Is it? I don't know. I wear this one especially, but also this one quite often. They're just like, there's headbands. Keep my hair back. I was wearing it earlier today. I kind of don't need one with the headphones. The headphones kind of act as a headband, but I just had it on already. Yeah. Correct them once and never again, IMO. I'm kind of with you. I do also agree with Jonathan that like pace and arc length is a consideration. Depends on how sandboxy your world is, but yeah. Would it being a live stream show change anything for you? Good. I mean, good factor to consider. I am talking about this as if it's a home game. It being a live stream show, I think the pace matters even more. So it's like at a home game, I would say that pace and arc length are considerations, but they shouldn't necessarily trump other considerations. I don't think they should necessarily be the largest consideration. On an actual play and a live stream, I think it moves much, much farther up. Because I think a pacing and arc length concern, those are mostly audience concerns, right? So whether we're considering the players as audience or the live stream audience as audience, those two concerns are mostly out of game audience concerns. There's also a bit of directing and writing concerns there, but I think it's mostly a audience thing. And it being a live stream show, there's a much larger audience than just your 6 players to consider. So effects or factors that largely affect audience, I think are going to naturally take a higher priority. Yeah. For me, I will always correct, qualify, explain. However, we also play once per month if we're lucky. That also has that's a huge factor. The not only the pace of the arc and the story that you want to convey, but how often you meet, right? And if you meet once a month, but you tell your players, "Hey, I'm never going to correct you on false information. You got to take good notes." Like, I think that's a conversation you can have in session 0, and that's like a table tone thing that you can establish. But keep in mind that that's going to slow down your session pace. They're going to be more paranoid about taking notes. And if you're playing once a month, they're still just naturally going to forget things. And them having to riffle through a bunch of notes to remind themselves is also going to take a bunch of time. It's going to kind of create homework. So I think a once a week session pace, like Critical Role has, making the players rely on their notes is way more viable, I think. Because I think they will naturally have to take less notes because the sessions are closer together. The further apart your sessions become, I think I would personally start leaning more and more towards correcting them without limit. But it's a big table tone thing. I think that there is a layer of satisfaction that can only be gained from forcing them to remember things and not correcting them. I think there is absolutely a substantial satisfaction that can only be gained there. I think about a game like Blueprints, where you have to take exterior notes. The game's not going to remind you of things. Like, there is a satisfaction from remembering something, and then because you remembered it well, you are able to overcome a challenge that you would not be able to overcome had you not remembered it well or had you not taken the note in the way that you did. That's like a whole category of satisfaction, of like that preparedness. But it slows down play. I think those are like the two kind of trade-off factors, is like that satisfaction versus the pace of play. And there's kind of a third overhanging factor that is like, how realistic is it? Which I think goes into the session pacing. Yeah. Anytime I've been a player, I've been guilty of forgetting everything and having notes that amount to 2 bullets and 3 downs total. Yeah. That's fair. I wear headbands because I sweat like a GD pig in summer. Me frickin' too, word Turdmons. I am a sweaty boy. I'm this entire, it's not that warm in here. Anytime I do this, I'm not wiping like my nose. I'm not snotty. I just have sweat on my upper lip that I just have to, ugh. Sweaty. That's why I took off my sweatshirt. We all know the real pace of corrections when he's not that mad at them for forgetting. I mean, I think you want to try your best to be more, consistent and objective, but that's probably a factor.
Out for a home in the forest?
Oh, man, the world
We'll have to fly pretty low. I'm assuming the home is going to be covered by treetop.
Paige made me a grilled
Then that
cheese.
We never travel it traditionally anymore. I'm just saying I miss like the romantic aspects of, traveling the countryside. It's just like fast forward, immediate gratification, fucking,
But the Dawnfather said we must hurry or else the world will end.
And
So
it's 100. You don't know what 100 is.
Grog,
It's very
it's
far
pretty
away
far.
from here, Grog.
We could
Very
misty
far.
step to the forest and then walk in the forest.
Why are you fucking talking to me like I'm a child? What was that?
No reason, darling.
Okay. That was like that. Okay.
Me frickin' too, Grog. Me too. The instant gratification. I'm with you. Why can't we just walk around and enjoy the scenery and have to frickin' get through all this? Ugh. Also, yes, W Page. W Page for the grilled cheese. It's delicious. W Mega for landing page? Agreed. I do not deserve her.
Once this is all done, Grog, you and I will go on a long trek together.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I dig that.
Don't be dark and creepy and make it sound like you're being nice. I know you're being dark and creepy right now.
Hey, don't get after my camping partner like that, all right? Shit. Chill.
I can't predict this one.
I know, no marshmallows for this witch, okay?
It is a little weird to be making promises, though.
Well, on that chipper and I think we should turn in for the evening on that.
yes, do we have lodging?
Lodging is provided for you. They have a number of various guest tents and small buildings that can provide you with space. Not the highest of quality places you've slept in, probably. And if you wanted to provide your mansion instead, you're welcome to. But ample food, quiet sleep, it's a comfortable evening's rest.
All right.
All right. You all find yourselves through the evening. As you sleep, and having this being the first time many of you slept in Terra, it takes you a while. There is just a general low hum or vibration to the ground that you sleep on. You get the sense of probably proximity to the rift, but there is just this slow, perpetual kind of, it's like weird low rumble, like a heavy bass sound that never seems to dissipate, that you haven't noticed until you were trying to quietly sleep. But it's not off-putting. Within 10-15 minutes, it actually almost helps lull you into rest. You all come to in the morning, you gather your supplies, and are preparing for the next leg of your journey. What do you wish to do?
Could I attune either before I go to sleep or when I wake up to the dwarven thrower instead of the blood axe?
You may.
Thank you.
All right. Any other attunements anyone wishes to?
I'll set the Deathwalker's ward to acid.
All right, to acid. Boom.
Before everyone else gets up, can I go find where Vax is sleeping?
You may.
This is a tent. What do I do? Do I knock? Do I shake it? I'm not sure. Scratch.
They're lodging made from large pieces of shale and rock that have all been jammed into a somewhat triangular pattern to form kind of an earth yurt, if you will.
Oi. Vax, are you naked?
Yes.
Put some clothes on. Jesus. Keyleth, sorry.
Keyleth opens the shambled door first, little earth movement. I'm dressed up. Yeah, I'm not like that. Never mind.
You don't sleep naked?
I'm gonna go get coffee.
Okay.
Keyleth starts off in the distance. The two of you are left to the tail.
Are you decent?
Yes.
I'm coming in.
I'm still naked.
Ah, come on. That's so fucking weird. I just turned my back to him and
I stopped.
doing a fucking
Putting
thing.
on the rest of my armor.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? What I'm going to.
Of course you can, yeah.
Why? Oh, down on my feet. Why did you ever try to take these back?
Well, they're going to be yours anyway.
Oh, Jesus. You know, the only reason I do things is because I take great joy in irritating you. If you don't show irritation, it makes it not worth it. Can I turn around now? I'm turning around.
I am covered.
Good.
Dude, fucking. What a great encapsulation of my takeaway. You need to be able to see the person's reaction. In this case, she wants to see a particular reaction, but you want to be able to see it. I do things to annoy you, not just to do them. Also, I'm liking the dynamic right now. I will highlight the behoovement, the behooved noticement. Yeah, Marisha's good. Marisha's like, I think it's Vox Machina is tough because, you know, even for me, it's hard for me to totally disentangle the characters from the players. I think, you know, I try to do it very actively, but I think that watching Age of Umbra really helped. I think after that, the distinctions in characters became like really crystal clear to me all of a sudden. It's like, okay, I thought that was a distinction, but now I like really see it. And I understand how you could watch the first season or the first campaign, and maybe you just don't like Keyleth, or you don't like Vax or Vex or Grog or what. Well, no one doesn't like Grog. But when C2 starts and they're a very different character, it's like all of a sudden like, oh, I didn't like the character. I do like, you know, the actor's totally distinct. The player's totally distinct. I can really like, I have a lot of sympathy for how that could happen. Oh, running ads. All right. We've got ads in a minute. I know I didn't change it this time, so we'll see if it actually works. But big assumption from Mega that no one plays a similar character to C1. I mean, all of our characters are always going to be similar in some ways, right? There's always a little bit of us. There's always a little bit of a through line. They're, you know, visions or pieces of us in a way. But I think they'll be pretty different if I had to guess. Yeah. It'll get easier as you get into C2, though I think Marisha doesn't fully shine in C2 yet. Yeah. But even just like seeing that distinction, I think was probably very, very helpful. Yeah. But I love some of the like little snipes here about Vax's decision. I love the like role play opportunities that are Hey, the mic came back automatically. I don't know why it worked on that one, but not on the other one. We still have 30 seconds where people might be in an ad. I was really trying to instill doubt in Mega because that's fun, but they just rolled with it too well. What can I say? What can I say? I just roll with chat too well. Who's to say? Who? No, no. Oh, man, dude. How much? What do we got? 6 seconds. We're almost back. We're 38 minutes in. Okay. Now, there's no alternative stopping points listed, which is fair because it's a relatively like short session, all things considered. 2 hours second half, 1.5 hour first half. If there's a moment after hour 1 that feels like a decent endpoint, I might stop there. I didn't mention it at the beginning because when I'm kind of at this stage, it's better to like pretend that I'm not sick. Because if I like lean too far into the sickness when I'm only a little sick, then it makes me not do anything. And then I feel sad about not doing anything, which just makes everything worse. But I am still a little bit sick, so my voice is kind of feeling it. Especially after the long takeaway. So I'm going to try to get further in, but we'll see. I might have to call it early. I definitely didn't want to cancel the stream because clearly I'm able to do some amount. But we'll see. Chicken soup stand.
Why are you so calm? You're so calm and confident now. It's weird.
I mean, I'm on bonus time.
Is he still cold?
His skin is colder than a warm body is, yeah.
Dude, I know I just paused immediately. I'm on bonus time. I've never heard someone else say that before. Besides me. I've talked about this before. I had a back tumor. Well, I had 5 back tumors, but when the first one was coming, we didn't know if it was cancerous. It most likely was. Turned out to not be. But at the time they have you, sign all these papers and talk about, like do not resuscitate type stuff when you're going into a big, multi-hour surgery. It was the first time I'd ever had anesthesia, and there's risks with that. And I used to be really afraid of death. Like I used to be really afraid of death, really concerned about legacy. And after all of that, I started viewing it like Vax. It's almost the antithesis of Percy. It's like a way that you can view a similar event that is kind of fundamentally different, kind of shaped by your worldview. But that is how I look at my life. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I was fated to die when I was 16. And it also probably, there's probably a mental factor in there that one of my good friends died in a car crash that year. So not to bring the mood down too much, but I really, like, after getting through that and after dealing with the other 4 tumors that cropped back up when the doctors told me that they shouldn't, it's hard for me to be concerned about legacy anymore. Like my mind is like so firmly in the perspective of like, yeah, I'm not supposed to get this time. Like I was supposed to be. That was the end of my story. This is a new thing. This is all bonus. And I try to come back to that when I'm sad or depressed or angry. That's like I wouldn't call it a mantra necessarily, but it's like one of the things that I repeat to myself is like, this is bonus time. This is bonus time. Like every bad thing this is like a really optimistic way and like a very like, obviously, this isn't like reality. I don't, if I did believe in fate, clearly it was my fate to survive. But it's like the feeling of it being bonus makes the pains less prevalent and it makes the joys more vibrant. And I've never heard someone like obviously I'm having trouble like putting it into words. And I've never heard someone put it into words before of that, like that idea of bonus time. Like, obviously I'm happy because this is all bonus time that I wasn't supposed to get. I was supposed to die in the Shadowfell to Vecna. Like that's where my story ended. And all of this, I'm just getting a little piece of extra time. And however much I get kind of doesn't matter because it's all extra. It's all good stuff I wasn't supposed to get. And kind of, how does... And you can look at it negatively. You can look at it as like, these are pains I wasn't meant to experience. I could have not suffered additionally. But it's a more optimistic, and I find more solace in the view of like not focusing on the pains and being like, these are like, I wouldn't have gotten to get married. I wouldn't have gotten to love somebody if I hadn't gotten the bonus time. Yeah, I've never seen that on screen. I'm sure it exists, to be clear. I'm sure it exists, but I can't think of having seen it, It's a good contrast conflict with the girls who feel cheated. Yeah. Well, and it's extra interesting in a D&D fantasy setting where resurrection is possible and where they've done resurrection so many times. I think it's supernatural to feel cheated. And it's totally understandable. But there is this like, it's a really cool contrast because that feeling of getting cheated is the feeling that people get when someone does die. So they're sort of feeling Vax's death prematurely. It's like, he got the news that he has, 6 months to live. And that's like, that's a story that I know has been told. I know it must have been, but I at least have not been super exposed to it. And it's very interesting when set against the backdrop of gods and world ending. Like a lot of times I feel like when I have seen things that approach that story, it's from a very grounded perspective. It's a normal family that is, going through this that you can relate to. I can't relate to any member of Vox Machina except that I am right now. They're making me relate to the fucking demigods over here. So, I mean, great introspection of character, great RP work, solid choices. Yeah. Cancer is a powerful word, even in the modern day where lots of them are cured without issue. Yeah. I got cancer a week after my dad died. I fuck with this. And I don't want to put my own experience on that same level. I didn't have cancer. Like I am so unbelievably lucky. I had benign tumors that recurred, but I didn't have to worry nearly as much as someone who had cancer, and I didn't have to go through the same treatments. But I feel that I can sort of access a piece of that, and be empathetic to, at the very least, a piece of that, because it was like an 80% chance that I did have cancer, and I kind of came to mental terms with that, even if it winded up that I didn't. It's tough. It's tough is such a a small phrase for it. It's the biggest thing in the world. And it's crazy how humans have to just live normal life. And I mean, fucking man, I was just talking about, like, you know, oh, they're making me feel for the demigods. This whole story is put up against this divine conflict. Kind of no wonder I feel seen and accessed by it, because when you're going through that sort of illness or that sort of situation, it is the entire world. It is big. It is as big as a divine conflict. And then you just have to be normal during that and after that and before that. You just have to be regular. And that's fucking crazy. That's a crazy experience that humans have to go through, because we have the capacity to understand the enormity of something like cancer. You know, it, like, not to downplay pets, I suppose, but like, if my dog gets cancer, my dog cannot understand the vast consequences of cancer. So yes, they live their normal life while they have cancer, but because they don't have any other way of doing it. We can comprehend the enormity and then still have to be normal. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's an absurdity of the human experience. And it's I don't know. It's why fantasy, it's one of the reasons that fantasy, science fantasy are always going to be, I think, my main kind of genres, is I think they're able to access those parts of the human experience in a way that a show that's too grounded still can, but I think can struggle with. Yeah, man. Similar here, aggressive wound cancer. Usual survival less than 10% for 5 years, but I've been lucky. Operation seems to have gotten rid of it all. Hell yeah. No longer afraid of dying, mostly less afraid to live. Yep. I want to spend my bonus time well. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. Anyways, sorry. Or not sorry. I don't know how to navigate this. It's cool, bro. You're in the thought about death a lot because someone said cancer club. Yeah. I can firmly. You'll stamp my card. Good. I'm firmly in that camp. Yes. I will fully claim that. But yeah, I don't know. Death is already crazy, and it's even crazier when you can get resurrected. And I'm honestly surprised at how interesting the resurrection RP has been in Vox Machina. Totally separate from the resurrection rituals. Like, the resurrection rituals are still cool. Don't get it twisted. But my favorite RP around resurrection and death and rebirth has all been totally separate from the actual resurrection. It's still one of my favorite Percy lines, when he came back and he's drunk, or it's after he got resurrected and he got convinced to come back, and he says, I'm not here for me, I'm here for you. I'm back for you. I'm living for you guys. It hits so hard. I'm not doing it justice. And then obviously the Bard's Lament, all of those emotions were directly generated by Scanlan's feelings about dying and being resurrected. Totally separate from the words that were actually said during the resurrection ritual, which were also incredibly emotional and impactful. But exactly like Delphi's saying, the Bard's Lament was characterized and kicked off by just his feelings about being resurrected at all. And all of this is from Vax being resurrected, but it breaking the rules. And they feel cheated because he came back, the choice that they would have wanted him to make. Like, he did the thing that they would have wanted him to do. But it's always, it's never come with strings attached before. They've never had to worry about an end time. There was always another ritual. And sure, they always went into the rituals knowing that there was a level of risk, but they've never felt that outside of the rituals. So I mean, I'll say just on the players, just a full heaping compliment to the players. Resurrection has never been done this well in any of my games, from me or my players. It's never been done in any games that I've watched, that I've spectated. Incredible, really incredible. Totally separate from the mechanics. The mechanics are cool. I've talked about the mechanics a lot, but their handling of the role play is just top fucking notch, man. Yeah. The power of storytelling. The power of storytelling in TTRPG, man. Yeah, it's always upbeat. We try. I don't know if this counts as a spoiler, but one of the Kruger Roll cast recently talked about their brush with tonsil cancer. I know that Sam had cancer, but I'm not, we don't, we probably shouldn't talk about it too much for risk of spoilers, but I mean, that's like real life stuff. I'm not too worried about like real life reports about the cast. That's totally fine. Unless they're like, yeah, I really felt like my C3 character because of the X, Y, and Z reason. Or, man, I really felt like that one scene in campaign 2 where this happened. As long as they're not making, direct analogies, I think we're cool. Yeah, man, totally unexpected to me. That would not have been on my bingo card to expect from this series, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be wrong.
But I'm not Bobby Trey.
What's
right?
his heart be like?
Jeez. I'm gonna hang on to that one.
Yeah, but look. I mean, look.
Is there blood? Is there blood?
Yeah, he constantly bleeds. It's a pretty open wound. You watch as the wound kind of slowly seals itself up.
No fucking way!
Oh, I didn't know it did that.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Wow.
This is, I don't know, this is the dumbest conversation. This is bonus time. I shouldn't be here. There wasn't, it was the long sleep or come back and help.
So she just gave you the option and then you just came back and now you're like, what? Super half elf.
Well, love, I mean, I'm just following through on a promise made.
And we defeat Vecna and you're just done, you're gone. That's it? Instant? Is it like we kill him and you're gone that second? Or is it like we kill him and you're here for another week or until the Raven Queen realizes that you're still here?
There isn't really a handbook.
She didn't tell you?
When Vecna is destroyed, she will call me back to where I would be right.
Dude, I don't know if this is meant to be a cancer metaphor. I don't think it is. I think that any metaphor here is unintentional. But man, there isn't a handbook for this. I didn't mention it. My tumors the tumor that I had is incredibly rare. Only 2 other reported cases in the U.S. and like 1 outside of the U.S. and they were all in a femur, and mine were in my back. And I think I was directly told by the doctor there is no handbook for this. And I remember one of the first times that one of my friends ever got like emotional about it, about like the possibility of me being like, yeah, like it just might recur at some point in the future. The recurrence spot would be pretty close to my spine. Like I could become a paraplegic. Like that is just a risk. And they're like, well, like how big of a risk? Like what do you do to prevent that? And I was like, there is no hand. I think I said almost verbatim that phrase of like, there is no handbook here. Like everyone is guessing. And yeah, man, damn. This suit is making me feel some things. CR does have a way to hit you in a place and with a force you would not have expected. Totally unanticipated, man. Yeah. The phrase I hate hearing from a doctor, your son is medically interesting. Yeah, man. Dude, I recently had a conversation with my parents about that. About like, you know, their side of things. And you know, their experience living with me through that. And yeah, I think they gave a very similar idea of like, it was like terrible to hear that, like, you know, there's basically no other cases that are similar. Like that's the last thing you want to hear. Yeah, man. Crazy. Yeah. And given that passing played such a significant impact even in game, I'd be shocked if he wasn't drawing on it. Yeah. I don't know if like the metaphor here is intentional, but I did know that about Liam. And I can't imagine that his perception of death and like, you know, I've worked through shit in TTRPGs as a player, as a GM. It wouldn't shock me if like Liam is actively working through some feelings here. It's a great place to fucking do it. Like TTRPGs, maybe not great in terms of it being like a public stage, but that mostly has to do with your comfort about working through things in public. But I think that TTRPGs are a great place to work through those sorts of feelings. There are some video games that I go back to because they help me work through some feelings, but they are, like, at the end of the day, kind of scripted. You don't have that kind of layer and sense of control and agency to work through the specific things you need to work through, or you're looking to work through. And TTRPGs, I think, are uniquely suited towards working through complex emotions in non-obvious ways. Because I love my friends. I've gotten much more comfortable talking to my friends than I was when I was younger, especially about hard stuff and about emotional stuff. But it's still hard. It's hard to have like, you know, just like a serious like heart to heart with a friend. It's not the most comfortable thing in the world. And being able to layer that within a game like this, I think makes it much more accessible, both from your perspective and from their perspective. It makes it much more accessible on how to respond. They can, in a sense, help through some of those emotions without kind of needing to like directly address it, I suppose. Now, this is not saying you shouldn't talk to your friends, without any sort of veneer between it. But I think it can be a very accessible place to work through the big emotions like this. Yeah. I do appreciate this discussion. I also have an abnormal relationship with death, though also much milder than anything else others have spoken about. I don't want to, I don't want to make this fucking tumor people only club. I think there are lots of reasons that you could have thought quite a lot about death or needed to process through complex feelings on death for a litany of reasons. Death is death is the most universal experience, and it's kind of not an experience at all. It's the ultimate unknown. And it's a crazy part of the human experience that we all have to deal with this thing that we know so little about. And we try to process our emotions on it. And I think TTRPGs are a great place to do that. Yeah. She passed around some time at the start of Liam's Raven Queen arc, and that always floors me with him doing all of this on a huge public stage. I'm like, it's not something I would be like, yeah, let's recommend that to everyone to process your feelings on a huge public stage. But, you know, he is a voice actor at the end of the day. There's an amount of performance built into that. I have processed emotions on stream before. I feel like I'm processing emotions right now to an extent. Not nearly to the degree of this. But there is something freeing in the performance that is difficult to convey. But it's why, even though I haven't been in a show in a long time, even though I haven't been in a musical or a play in a long time, it's been 5 or 6 years, I will always consider myself an actor, because there is like a fundamental part of the performance that will always draw me in, even in situations that are radically different than any performance I've given before. You guys basically have my documented experience with performing online. This is not an experience I've had before this whole project. Well, that's not necessarily true, but live streaming at least to this degree. And there's a creative an emotional tie to the performance that I can't put into words. I'm sure that other actors have put it into words, but it is... I could see myself doing what Liam has done and is doing, but it's not something I would recommend to everyone. Yeah. I always love death deities in fiction mythology for how much you can show our own feelings about them and how people interact with them. Yeah. There's 2 things you can count on: death and taxes. Yeah. Anyways, let's keep moving with the scene. Clearly it's hitting me. So I don't know that there's a lot more like in-depth analysis I need to give. You can, I think, extrapolate from how much it's emotionally hitting me.
No. And I expect everyone, Keyleth and I have barely spoken. I expect everyone to be sad, but I wish you wouldn't be so sad. Not exorbitantly so, because
Exorbitant? It's a good word.
I read. Not as much as some, but I read. This is the path that I've chosen for myself. And I did it based out of desperation at first. But everyone dies.
I know.
And I think our group has become a little spoiled. We're not your ordinary group of idiots. We have blessings.
We're blessed idiots.
Blessed idiots, yes. And I know that we've gotten used to feeling like we can overcome, losing anyone, but your average farmer or seamstress doesn't come back. And everybody dies. And all that matters is what you do with what you have, and I have done a lot. And I've taken great pride watching all that you have done. And I have good friends, and I have fallen in love.
Yeah.
More than most I've had.
Yeah. After you die, do you stand by her side?
That I don't really know. I imagine she'll keep me close.
Do you like her now?
Yes,
That's good.
she's necessary. And does, she's of use. And I like that.
She brought you back to us for a while. I like her too. Anyway, do you want the fucking boots back? Back! Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I wanted to give them back, so there you go. I'm glad you asked for them back.
I don't have a lot of time. They really are my favorite thing.
I know.
Physical thing.
So make sure you write it down somewhere that
I mean,
after
my
you go
favorite-
back to the Raven Queen that, your
Darling.
sister is
Darling.
your favorite in the universe, and she
Yeah.
probably won.
Every stitch on my body is yours when I am gone.
I don't want every stitch. None of it's worth you leaving.
I slide my feet into the shoes and I wiggle my toes around.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also have a confession to make.
What?
I don't exactly have your shoes anymore.
What?
I think that I left them in the Feywild.
The Feywild?
Yeah, I think I dropped them in the bog. They didn't fit me.
You are a motherfucker. You couldn't have just put them in the bag of holding.
I'm still me.
Great. Wonderful. I like being barefoot.
You have very cute small feet that fit in the boots that you gave me that did not fit my feet.
It's great. It's great.
They probably
It's great.
have shoes.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right.
I pull out her shoes and I put them down.
Well, at least there's that.
All right. Got your shoes back. Keyleth returns some coffee. The rest of you come to consciousness, and the morning sun is now blaring down over the cliff keep. It's a strangely clear sky for the north, and while a lot of it is relatively cold, usually, I'm used to seeing the snow-capped mountaintops. Oh, you found it. There you go.
It was with you the whole time.
Must have been
I'm
inside
not in
the
detention
shoe.
anymore.
Oh my gosh. I put it in a safe place and I didn't
There you
realize
go.
it.
Thank you, Chad.
So,
Did they really know where I put
Yeah,
it?
they know where your shit is.
That's all weird.
Where you put your stuff?
Hive mind.
It's in the page in front of your blue divider.
No way.
Wow, thank you. Thank you guys.
How many fingers am I holding?
so bring it back in, guys.
Sorry, yes, we have a guest.
Yes, at some point. So, what do you guys want to do?
I'm glad and I hope that they take that well. That would freak me out. Ew. That makes me feel gross. That's a me thing. That has to do with my feelings on like privacy and stuff. And like how accessible I am. Oh my God. But also, I get it. And I would also probably feel different were I in their circumstances. And my feelings aren't even that also big on it. So I'm trying to give my thoughts concisely, but that's not really my strength. That freaks me out, but only a little. And hopefully they're cool with it.
Set off for the pools of Hetapa.
Set off for the forest near the pools of.
The adjacent to the pools of Hetapa.
We don't want to bring any extra muscle with us, do we, from these peeps? Oh wait, we missed in a long ways away. Never mind, sorry, forget it.
Well, you are our extra muscle.
See, high five, up top.
I'm not dead.
Yes. His hands are cold.
Alrighty, so you're traversing via your windwalk,
I guess. Are we wind walking there?
No, why not?
Wind walk.
Hoen?
Wind walking.
Hey, before we leave, just real quick, Kiki,
Yes.
can you send messages or anything?
No, man. We
Great,
have been
all
through
right.
this with our
I
entire
know,
group
I
so
know.
many times.
It's just you're so powerful. All right.
Thank you.
Can't email.
Let's go.
What do you need?
I mean, I would send a letter, but it'll take like weeks, so forget it.
I mean,
we'll be
can-
somewhere close to somewhere with magic soon,
I
maybe.
can leave it in the hands of the Ashari and see if they can
Do you
find
trust
somebody.
these ones?
They're all right.
They're not the worst.
Not the worst.
All right, I'll scribble a little note and say, well, no, it's not gonna. There's no way they can get it to it. It's too far. It's too far. It's like,
Half of the letter.
I was really excited to see their face when you handed it to them. I'm like, what are we
I'm
supposed
just
to do
saying,
with
like,
this?
we can communicate.
Here, I'll show
so
you, Grog.
people-
Write it out, bitch.
I write. A sphincter says what?
As good message. That's a big word in the front.
You've done the last one though.
What?
Pike kind of taps in the shoulder. It's like, I'll teach you that later.
Okay.
Thank you from the Ashley Johnson simulator. It's always like weirdly comfortable.
Curse you, blind spot.
Are we missed team?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So as you all feel.
Should we eat a feast first? Or should we save that?
Let's save that.
Okay, I don't know what we're gonna
That's up
find.
to you guys.
No.
Okay.
All right. So preparations being done. You gather your materials. Keyleth completes the Windwalk spell, and you all feel yourselves grow slightly lighter on your toes. You concentrate, and with the minute transformation, you turn into your mist forms and take off. In what direction?
Towards the falafel pools.
Wait, we wrote it down.
Falafel pool is actually really tasty.
Towards the, hang on, are we talking about the mountains?
Yeah, towards the mountains.
Well, he said which
Towards the
direction.
hills.
He did not say where are you going. He said which direction.
Yes.
Well, we gotta look at our map.
Google Maps
We
has
have it on
ruined
the
everything.
map.
We have a map.
Okay. Well, you have Terra locked down. The pools of Wittebach would not be on your specific map that you required earlier, but you can ask around within Terra within a brief time and figure it out.
That before we do go into wind.
Well, we can go in and out.
Somewhere between 100 and 120 miles, and he points in a specific direction, and you kind of mark where the sun's traveling and where certain landmarks are.
That's east.
Can I quickly do the math of how fast I can travel and be like, okay.
Yeah, and it is a kind of an eastward direction from where you are.
You did actually legitimately just point east too, which makes that even better. So
That's weird.
yeah, that is weird.
It's like I've been putting points in my nature skill.
Oh,
Survival, I guess. Depending.
Survival.
Anyway, too many additions in my head. So as you all take off into the morning sky, you begin to just rocket over, and you're hitting jets of wind that are beginning to find their way over the mountain ranges, and you get blown a little off course, but you maintain concentration best you can in that direction. Who is leading this venture?
I've been there. Or no, I knew of it, right?
You knew of it, yeah.
But I don't know exactly where.
I'll after listening to,
You'll
everybody.
probably lead next.
I'll lead the way, and that way I can keep an eye out for the forest next to and the house and all the things we're looking for. Because I got a good look at the map that Paylor held up in front of us as well.
Right. Okay. Cool. So I need you to go ahead and make a survival check. For this, I'm going to say because it would be sort of a tracking in the wilderness, so survival.
Survival. Yeah. Great. That's any advantage on that?
Wilderness is your favorite
Since it is my
terrain.
favorite terrain.
Well, it's mountain technically, so.
That's also my favorite.
Then
Yes.
then roll again.
Because that was a 1.
That was
Because you are tracking through mountains. Yes.
28.
Okay, that'll do it. So your speed is tremendous in this form, and so what would have been an extended trek on foot over a series of days, it takes you mere hours to eventually get to a point where you crest one heavy peak. On the opposite side, you can see down the cliffside, the edge reaches a slight precipice, and there you can see what looks to be for about a mile or so, a cluster of dozens and dozens of pools of water of different sizes, all kind of jammed together in a geothermic cluster where you can see bright greens that move to a deep orange maroon at the edges from the various mineral deposits that have kind of collected over hundreds and hundreds of years. You can see large columns of smoke and steam of different chemical colors rising out of various large pools, and at a glance down you can see a number of shapes, a number of hulking humanoid shapes. Some in the neighborhood of like 40 to 50 or so scattered at different pools, moving in small clusters or gangs that are, some of them are like jumping in, cannonballing and swimming through the actual pools. Some of them are just lounging around and
To be clear, when it comes to exploration pillar stuff, I do like Matt's decision to put this, hovel near or very near a landmark, especially in like a relative direction, so that they can look for the landmark from the air and then find the actual place that they need to go kind of from there. I think that's a good choice. And I also know that, Matt's not that into exploration stuff. Sometimes he will make complicated social interactions, even with, the relatively light rules in D&D. But, he just doesn't seem to be into that. So, you could have had some things about the heading. You could have had some other landmarks and saying, okay, it's north of that landmark, so they have to find that. And there's, other things you could have done. You could have done some triangulation type stuff of, hey, it's north of this landmark. We don't know how far. It's west of this landmark. We don't know how far. Fucking draw the lines. Oh, and then we can search out that area in between. You can do some biome tracking. So you could say, it's the forest starts in a valley between two tall peaks. Let's go find some tall peaks. Oh, there's only one tall peak over there. But that one's kind of medium. Is there a forest in there? No, we don't see any geothermic pools. There's stuff you can do there. But it is all, it's on the DM to figure that out and to figure out how checks work into that. And it is not something that the average person has as much natural experience with as opposed to socializing, right? So I think it's more difficult to just kind of come up with it and figure out how it abstracts down into the skill check system. But, Bear's saying that there's stuff you can do there. I understand why Matt did not. He's not into it. And most important, it's on the DM to find a way to make it fun. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Which, frankly, I haven't found a way, lol. This isn't the secret project. This is maybe I'll call it the not so secret project. I've mentioned that I'm working on exploration mechanics. Still working on those. And I'm preparing a one shot that I'm going to run soon. That will experiment with some more exploration mechanics. And I'm looking at a very particular scale at the moment, which is not world travel, I would say. It's not traveling thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. It's more on the scale of 1 day of walking, maybe 2 or 3 days of walking, which is still large. That's a big scale. You can walk across Chicago in a day. We can walk pretty far in a day. But it's not crossing an entire continent large. But I'm also really trying to focus on not making it D&D combat scale, because I think that makes the traveling too tedious. The literal act of walking, it's almost impossible to represent if you're doing it for, multiple hours on the combat scale. So I'm kind of going for an in-between scale. And I think that is the scale that is least served by D&D's current mechanics. I even think that the travel pace mechanics that currently exist lend themselves more towards, multi-day to week to month long hex crawls. And a lot of the mechanics that I've personally seen, and there's nothing wrong with a hex grid by any means, but I think they lend themselves much more towards continental travel, multi-day. And I want to look at what does exploring a single area that is maybe, the width of a day's travel, but you're doing all the stuff kind of contained within that, and maybe you're doing, more than a day, less than a week, or less than 2 weeks, or whatever. What does that sort of challenge look like? Because I think that challenge is kind of explicitly missing from D&D, and is also where we get some of the most fun travel sequences in fiction. A lot of longer sequences are just montaged and are generally not tied to substantial challenge. It's mostly within, if we're doing a treasure hunt or whatever, any sort of exploration challenge you can imagine, at least in my opinion, it is mostly within an area that you can cross in a day or two. But you have to go, you have to search within that area. So that's kind of the scale I'm looking at right now. Like I said, not so secret project. But my real hope is that by making the challenge easily definable, like with something like combat, that it gives the DM more freedom and more support for making fun stuff. Combat in D&D at base is only kind of fun. It's kind of pretty tedious. It is pretty on the GM to find the fun there, but it's a lot easier, I would argue, in combat because of the raw amount that it gives you to work with. So we'll see. I'm working on that. I haven't found a way yet, but we're working on it. Lacks ominously plain geometric shapes, but I'll take it. The European, in a day of walking, you can get to another country. That is fucking crazy. The distance between Vancouver and Toronto is about the same distance between Madrid and Moscow. Dude. That shit's different over there. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've been to Europe twice, and it really is just wild. A lot of the countries are even smaller than states. Like, certain countries are definitely smaller than certain states. It's wild. It's wacky. Especially we went to, yeah, you can drive for 14 hours in Texas. It's crazy. I went to fucking the Netherlands to see one of my friends who lives there now. And it was crazy to me how small it is, but how just like consistently there's shit. Like there's just so little open space. Which even someone that grew up in like Chicago might not find that strange. But as someone who grew up in Kansas, near the city limit, where it's like, I drove 5 minutes south and I was in farms, it was a little strange to me to just like for it to be like kind of actively hard to leave civilization. was kind of crazy. I still can't believe that America doesn't have villages. What's a village? We have villages. We wouldn't call them a village. But like Paige is from a town of about 1,000. Is that a village? Paige's grandparents live in a town of about, or they used to, they moved, but they used to live in a town of about 50. But that's a little bit of just rural shit. 2,500? My mistake. 1,000 and 2,500 are so different.
They are. Marquette was like 1,000. Well, no, Marquette was probably like 300.
the big town the town that she thought of close by, she was like, they were probably 1,000, and then she go, well, they were probably 300.
800 somewhere out. They were small. They were a hamlet.
They were a hamlet, apparently. She says we're a town. 50 is definitely a village. It felt like a village, I'll tell you that. Oh, man. I'm not kidding. I can get to another country by walking in less than 12 hours from where I am right now. Holy shit. How long would it take me to get to Canada? I have legitimately no idea. It was crazy. I was talking to my friend who moved to Arizona, moved to Tucson, and he was talking about like, oh yeah, like we're just going to go down to Mexico for the day. And I was like, for the day? What do you mean? He's like, oh, like Mexico's like 2 hours away. And I was like, as someone who grew up in Kansas, which is like one of the furthest you can get in the continental US, at least, from any other country. It's right in the fucking center. I was like, I can't. It's like unbelievable to me to think of like being able to get to another country in a day, just like casually. That's like I know that it is a thing, but it is like sort of unbelievable to me. No, Paige said that or an ocean. Agreed. Let's see. How long would it take for me to get to Detroit? That's probably the closest I could. That's probably the quickest I could get to Canada. How long would it take me to walk to Detroit? 100 hours. Yeah, the closest I am to another country would be 100 hours of walking, or holy shit, 5 hours of driving? That's crazy. That feels too close. That feels way too close. That's crazy that I can get to Canada in 5 hours. I know we did. It's just crazy. It won't stop being crazy to me. Oh my gosh. Wild, wild, wild. 50 is defo a village. I believe some places in the Northeast are called villages. That's true. I do know that. Like the village people. Village folk? The YMCA guys. Fellas. Oh, man. Unincorporated community. I live in an unincorporated area? Hell yeah. I had some friends in unincorporated areas. I did not. I was in an incorporated area, but... wild. My state borders Canada, and I think it takes me 7 hours to drive there. Wah! This is crazy, man. Isn't Detroit near a border? I think you can take 94 straight to Canada. Detroit is like right on the border. That's why I chose Detroit. Is because it literally Detroit and I don't know what it's called on the Canadian side, like Windsor maybe. But there is like a Canadian city that is basically the same city as Detroit, but they're in different countries. The border like cuts through the city that on the American side is called Detroit. Yeah, man. It's wild. Wild, wild, wild. Anyways. Critical role, I guess?
And some MPD returning, dragging some things from the nearby forest on the eastern side of the bank.
It's like vacation?
Yeah.
That's great.
It's like, what's that water park nearby? The water...
Wet and
Wet
Wild?
and Wild, yeah.
Essentially,
Drinking waters, that's what it's like.
for a few hundred years, you get the sense that the pools of water park have been a hill giant water park. You can see these large mounds of what looks like mud and scrap wood and things that have been built in these large kind of hill giant domiciles on the side of the mountain, not far.
Dude, okay, I know I'm already pausing. This one won't be a long one. Monsters behaving normal is something I really want to focus on trying to work more into my games. Like, having a hill giant water park that is this caustic cesspit where they're like, they're doing fucking cannonballs into the things. Very opening of Shrek 1. And fucking awesome. So cool. So fun. I love to see monsters just acting out their lives when they are not being like violent rage machines. That's awesome. That's awesome. No complicated opinion. I want to try and do that more with my monsters. It does involve the players being able to witness them in a way where it does not disrupt the natural activity of the monsters. So that involves overlooks, which may or may not be related to some of the mechanics I'm working on. I may be working on mechanical vantage points to give some vision and information. We'll see. Not married to it yet. Gotta play test it. But it's definitely something I'm thinking about for my games. What are you doing in my swamp?
From the pool, so it's become a definite hill giant wandering zone. So
That's awesome.
So do you guys continue over the pools down towards the nearby forest ridge?
Yes, past the pools. Near the
Alrighty. You come to the forest ridge, and you can see it's not a thick forest. The ravine that kind of comes down off of the top of the precipice where the pools are, down the you get I'd say a few hundred. I'd say actually more than that, probably like 1,000 or more feet away from the edge of that precipice before plants even begin to grow. It looks like whatever toxic chemicals have kind of burbled up in some of these pools has made a lot of the ground they're able to, give any sort of
1,000 feet, about a 4 to 10 minute walk for reference, depending on the terrain.
forest life, sustain any sort of large trees. So as soon as the forest begins, it is a dense little pocket, maybe about 1.5 miles, 2 miles across. That's what you got. What do you guys want to do?
Can I, oh man, should try to like track any kind of like footprints in there and see if there's something like around the edges maybe that lead back to, shit, I don't fucking
Any
know.
signs of life?
It's only a couple
Anything like a
miles, yeah,
clearing?
so.
Smoke plumes? From
If you guys begin to do like a loop over, who's doing a quick pass over the patch of forest? All right, go ahead and make a perception check. You do the same.
That goes great every time.
It's the forest, do I get an advantage on that one?
Yeah, no, that goes great every time.
Oh no, right, perception though.
Yes.
So that's, what is that, 21? 21.
12.
Okay. Glancing over, you don't really see any major glades or clearings. There doesn't appear to be any sign of any bastions of civilization or any sort of logging going on. There's no areas where trees have been cut or cleared. It's kind of a featureless forest top from what you can see.
Can we fly down lower to where we're like kind of in between the trees?
You can go down into the forest if you like. All right, who's going into the forest then?
I'll go.
Me.
I'll go. All of us?
All right, so with Pike as well following suit. You guys all swoop down through the boughs of the trees and into the center.
This is something I'm trying to get better at. My gut instincts are still to run this sort of thing like Matt just did, of like, what are all of you, like, are all of you who's going into the treetops, whatever. Because especially within exploration challenge sort of constructs, I want to give them the type of autonomy that they have in like a combat encounter, of like, where are you moving? But especially if you don't have a map. But, if you don't have a map, this goes. And also, depending on how you're doing the theater of the mind, I'm trying to get better at identifying when there's only one right answer. And therefore, I should not waste time waiting to see if the players come up with any other answers. So, like, in this scenario, there's not a whole lot that can reasonably be done besides go into the forest. They know, like, from what they know, I should say, the person or people, the key, is not in the pools of Wittebach. It is nearby in a forest. They got nearby. They see a forest. There are no other landmarks. There are no other clues that they have. They found the pools of Wittebach. They found the forest. That's it. There's no, like Matt just said, no logging, no smoke columns, no signs of life. That's it. So I don't want to say it's the only option. Never underestimate player creativity. But I think one of the only options really is to go into the forest. And when that is one of the few right answers, I don't want to encourage the party to split, especially if we're running in Theater of the Mind like this. One of the things I'm trying to accomplish with my mechanics is to make it easier for parties to split and easier to run that. But I don't think it's super easy right now, especially if you're in Theater of the Mind. So I'm trying to personally get better at when they give the quote-unquote right answer, I don't take extra time encouraging them to potentially pick a wrong answer. I'm just like, great, you're all going down into the forest. Zoom. We follow them. It's a small thing. And again, it's something that I'm actively trying to work on. This is not I do this, Matt should as well. It is a piece of my game I have identified as like a place I could tighten up. After like watching through some tape, I'm like, there's so much unnecessary talking there that just doesn't need to be done. And occasionally it leads players into making decisions that I was not trying to lead them towards making, but they wouldn't have made were it not for my prompting, because they thought that I wanted them to do something separate when I actually didn't. I was just trying to give them the opportunity to do something separate. It's a tight line to walk of giving them the opportunity to do things without guiding them too far towards not doing the thing that they said they would do. And I think it's a lot of it comes down to there's always a tough delineation between, am I talking for my character or the party? I think most players think about themselves as talking for their character. And as a GM, especially an experienced GM, I think you really get trained to not assume that a player is speaking for the entire party, right? They are only speaking for their character. Other characters could always do other stuff or have different opinions or make different decisions. I think you get really sink into that mindset to the point of it being detrimental sometimes. And like taking up more time than it needs and leading them towards maybe bad decisions that they wouldn't have made otherwise. I saw that constantly 2 sessions ago. 2 sessions ago, they would like make a decision. You know, in my head, it's like, oh, they're making that decision for their character. And then I would be like, okay, other characters, what are you doing? And they're like, the same thing as Maxim? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And like, I would try to push it forward, but it was just such a halt on the momentum that was feeling. It was just such a layer of like bad uncertainty. So I'm trying to get better at it. I don't notice it with Matt too often, but I think it's more prevalent in more open-ended challenges like a complicated combat or like an exploration sequence. Yeah. Oh, run ads? Nah, we're good. This is my favorite bits of self-reflection. You know a mistake you made, then you start identifying that someone like Matt also does it, and it makes you feel not so bad when the most popular GM has the same flaws to some degree. Yeah. Yeah. It's an important part of making you feel like you're not alone, I suppose. But yeah, it's a minor thing, you know. But especially in exploration combined with theater of the mind, one of the biggest hurdles that I see that I'm trying to address in my mechanics, but also in my GMing techniques, is uncertainty uncertainty about options combined with, oh Jesus, my camera froze. Uncertainty about options combined with, combined with a lack of clarity about how the party can interact versus individual players or individual characters, and how movement between the party and individual characters like happens. It's something I'm thinking a lot about. I don't have like a lot of hard and fast answers for it other than to try and recognize when you think that like the words you're saying are not having a positive effect. But I can't draw like a total through line on like the pattern there.
The actual forest itself. Within there, it's not a super thick canopy. It's not as heavy as like Feywild or some of the recent forests that kind of cluster around Vasselheim. So there are breaks in the canopy where you can see the sunbeams come through from the morning sun that's rising up higher and higher in the sky as you traveled. The mist is burned away in this area, so it's a nice warm forest. Glancing about, there is a lot of life in here. You can see signs of squirrels. You rush by what looks like a family of Wolverine-like creatures that are kind of rustling by. And as soon as the wind scoots in and your mist forms come rocketing past, they all scatter and just run off into the shadows. There's a lot of forest ground here to cover. I would say for you to really like super track with advantage, you'd have to go in human form. I'll give you a regular roll if you want to try and track in your mist form.
Not so much tracking right now, just a loose pass over as we're going.
I like that. I'm gonna write that down. Don't mind me. I have to write something down for a moment. Episode 105, about 5617. Episode 105, 5617. Can't track in mist form. It's interesting. Because one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is how to handle flight, especially, but also just increased travel capabilities. Something like being on horseback, even, or having a vehicle of some kind. And that's a really simple but important factor that something like that could affect, either flying or vehicle. Yeah. I like that decision. From Matt.
Looking for any kind of like maybe hunting traps or trails, signs of life of things that have been traversed a lot.
That's it, making it.
No, I'm not even dash-essing to that. I'm highlighting that. Yes, I cannot give a more unequivocal yes about that. Yoink shit. Yoink! Shit! I mean, probably not if you run an actual play, but I don't think anyone that watches me runs an actual play. For your own home tables, everyone's just having fun. You're trying to make the best thing you can. If you see something that someone is doing that you like, yoink it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about what it's actually doing. But yoink it. 100%. You can do a classic also if you want to get even more custom with it. You can do a classic yoink and twist. You yoink it, you change it a little bit. That also works. But yes, that should be the DM's natural habitat. We are doing this for fun. Make it fun, even if that means stealing some stuff.
Investigation check.
And, portray your stuff honestly. I feel like that doesn't probably need to be said, but portray it honestly. Don't be like, yes, this is all my original, you don't have to say yeah, I stole all of this. But if someone asks oh, did you come up with all of this? Be honest, but yoink it. Yes, sir. But do reskin. We love a reskin. But I'm not even trying to hold them to that much of an expectation. You should reskin it to the point where players ideally don't recognize it because, they want to feel like they're in their own little custom world. But yoink it. How often do you yoink and twist it? That's the question. Was that a table recently where they yoinked but just straight direct transfer? If you know that they yoinked it, they've lost the magic trick. Yoink, but you gotta keep the magic trick in mind. They have to feel like this world is deep and custom and for them. And, if someone occasionally, one player after the table is oh, I recognized some things from that, and you're like, fucking shut up. That sort of interaction's fine if it's only one of them. But you definitely do want to, everything, should be, you always want to be presenting the Wizard of Oz. You never want to let them see behind the curtain. They always want to feel like it's deep. Unless you all agree to a tribute as a part of the game. Sure. Yeah. I have done a straight yoink a few times, but only when I was playing in an established world, Firefly, and I used it to anchor them in a timeline they knew. Absolutely. Caveats abound, but I do want to encourage people to yoink. I've worked with so many new GMs that are asking for advice, and all of them are so afraid to look at stuff, especially the ones that I've worked with are so afraid to look at third-party material. I have a third-party book that I'm borrowing from a friend right now. Wait, I'll shout out. Shout out Worlds of Web DM Weird Wastelands. I'm currently borrowing this book from my friend. It's fucking awesome. There's a lot of mechanical stuff in here, but there's also a ton of setting stuff. And I will absolutely yoink some of this. The Squamous Magnodon? Are you kidding me? I'm yoinking the Squamous. The Meat Grinder, Major Danger, the Mud Pits, the Swinging Boulders, the Fire Geysers, the Spike Traps, the acceleration pads. Triggered Pistons. What does that mean? Anyways, that is all to say, I've seen so many new DMs that are so hesitant to look through stuff like this. And even more that don't want to pull from just other settings. And I just want to grab them and be like, I've never made a homebrew monster from scratch ever. But I also, all of the monsters in my games always are skinned as if they are homebrew. Always. I just want to shake them and be like, just reskin a stat block. It's not that hard. Change a resistance, swap some things here and out. They're in and out. But I would, especially for new GMs, I would tell them to err on the side of yoinking more obviously than not yoinking at all. Because I think it is like one of the fundamental things that keeps it doable. Like DMing is hard. Creating a world is hard. It's a lot of work. And a lot of times it's a lot of thankless work. It's awesome when your players do thank you and when they do appreciate everything. But a lot of times you are making things that never get seen or never get discussed or never get talked about. And keeping that doable and reasonable, especially when you're first getting into it and you don't have a lot of the muscle memory, yoink. Yoink stuff. Yoink it. Yoink. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Isn't that the book that has the ration rules you've talked about before? Yes, resource dice? Yeah. I asked to borrow it because it also has hex-based exploration and hex-based terrain stuff. So I was looking at it for potential inspiration for my own exploration mechanics. They're operating in a different scale than I want to. Like, a lot of their rules wouldn't make sense for what I'm aiming at. But I was curious about some, just see what they had, see about any potential inspiration. And yeah, these are, where is it? Resource dice. Resource dice. And you can see kind of a table of suggested resource dice, food and water by creature size. Yeah, these are the ones that invented resource dice. Incredible. Highly, highly recommend looking up resource dice from Weird Wastelands. But also recommend Weird Wastelands. It's a lot of stuff that, like, I don't know exactly how to say this. It's like kind of all not my cup of tea, unfortunately. Or just like, I don't know, not what I'm really looking for in like a D&D supplement book. But it's a lot of cool shit. And I played in a game, the friend that I borrowed this from, I played in a game that they ran that was super fun. Like, I had a ton of fun, and it used this extensively. So for me as a DM, not a ton there. But for my friend as a DM, there was a ton there that I loved as a player. So I would recommend checking it out if you have any interest. Might be for you. And I recommend resource dies no matter what. Joint that shit like it's a bop it. But hey, still, game subtlety and nuance can come later. Exactly. Yeah. All this talk about yoinking is uncomfortable. I need an adult. You need an adult. You need a shower.
27.
Double nod.
27.
Double nod.
You begin coasting through tree after tree, through small, tiny bits of clearing that immediately come into large clusters of trunks and knotted branches that all merge and cluster at different intersections. After about 20 or so minutes of this, trying to do a large kind of spiral around the forest inward, out of the corner of your eye, Vexalia, you glance over and see just a quick glimpse of something that appears to be more structured. You look back and rush over, and there you see, amongst the trees, what appears to be a humble-looking two-story home. You see a small balcony built on the second floor that kind of goes over one of the larger rooms on the bottom floor. It's not huge by any means and is hidden by a lot of the local brush and trees there. You can get a lot more detail at this distance, though.
Okay, we land. I land.
Okay.
And kind of like behind a tree, take form.
Take your form? Okay, so all of you land and follow Vex?
Yeah.
All right. You all take a minute to go back to your physical forms. And you glance over, and there it is, standing before you. It's very shaded in this part of the forest. You can see a little bit of what looks to be interior light. Very, very faint.
Like a normal person-sized dwelling?
Make a perception check.
Normal.
Natural 20.
Hey! Yes!
It would be a little small for you, Grog, but you could walk in it. Proportionally, it looks maybe like it was built for a little bit of a smaller person.
Okay.
I'm going to start eyeballing the ground and the house for any kind of traps set out for people. Is that investigation, yeah?
That is investigation.
18.
18? Okay. So you guys begin to slowly...
Wait. Before we do, I mean, like, there are no, like,
Traps.
random nudist giants that have run over in this area, right? Like, nobody sees us over here taking off.
You're worried about giants streaking us?
Well, I mean, not particularly, just like, you know.
That's very specific.
Well, yeah. I mean, have you ever seen a giant naked? You'll never forget it.
I don't know,
Are
actually.
you
Well,
suggesting
no,
we set
you're
up a perimeter?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a tiny house. I don't really want to go in there. I like having exits, so I
don't
fit
want to
through.
think. Well, I
a
don't
couple
want
of us
whoever it
stay
is
outside.
to
Yeah.
think that we threaten them in any way. But then if they threaten us, I wouldn't want them to attack us either.
Yeah, I'll just knock the house down from the outside.
Let's keep this structure standing for now.
I'll stay outside.
Are we knocking properly, or are we just going to invisibility in and see who's in
I feel
there?
like maybe knock properly.
I mean, if you think long and hard about it, like it's not like manners have failed us very often.
All right.
But do keep an eye out for traps or anything weird on the way up.
I think we have failed at manners.
We
often.
fail at
we
manners
suck
more
at
often.
this. So
we
let's
might
try
bad
to be
manners.
nice.
Okay,
Let's see how this goes.
So
We'll
I'll
try
just,
being nice.
I'll just stay out here.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door. It seems like a smallish door, right?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay, so what's the marching order?
Oh,
I'll go first.
Nothing freaked out my spidey senses.
Well, from this current glance, no.
Okay.
You guys are behind a tree in the distance.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
no new giants, right?
Currently, no. But you keep an
walking
eye out.
with a smile, looking very friendly.
All right, who's leading the charge?
Make him answer the question.
I'll go knock.
Answer the question.
I'll walk behind Scanlan.
All right, so we have Scanlan
Scanlan's dead.
and Vexalia.
I'm gonna go as well and continue to eyeball for traps.
I'll be hanging back a bit as well.
I'll be comfortably back as well.
Just before we knock, what
What
were we
about Pike?
told
Is
was
he
in this
going?
thing?
Where's Pike going?
Pike can probably stay in the center with you
Key.
guys.
Okay.
Inside a person.
And you're-
Inside a house.
It's possible the person is the key. I'm not sure.
Just trinket within your necklace. This.
No, he's out.
Okay, trinket is
I'm going
out
to- I
alongside
want
you.
another bear.
Yeah, it's the non-intimidating.
And Grog,
nice
you-
and political.
He's a very friendly bear. Look at him.
I'm outside the house.
Trinket,
Okay,
smile.
yeah. So
Be
as
friendly.
you get across the small walkway towards the front, as you're walking with a big smile, Vexalia, something catches your eye in the ground right before her, and you watch as she steps forward. You reach out and grab her wrist and hold her back before she steps down.
What is it?
There is a large, rusted iron bear trap that is open that you almost stepped right into.
Well, that would have been Dunsky's.
I was being friendly, and it almost crushed me.
Well, it's a bear trap. It could be a
Trinket, be careful. This thing was made for you.
Trinket walks into it.
No, be
No,
careful.
let's just-
Spit on it. Can he spit? Can Trinket spit?
It's not very. It's more of like a. It's a yeah. It's a power drool, if you will.
Is it easy enough just to walk around?
Yeah, you can walk around that one, and you begin to see what looks to be about 7 other ones that are kind
Enjoy.
of cluster around the outside of this house.
Probably a giant infestation.
You know
Yes,
what?
that's exactly why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bear traps are the biggest
Fair
thing
play,
you can
fair
get
play.
for a giant.
It's a bear trap.
Can we
Sorry,
evade them
Grog.
and get into
You begin to walk around.
Don't think too hard.
Still looking.
Do a little
Yeah,
stick tap.
yeah, you would actually. You, as you step around one, you can see at the front door there's a welcome mat that says "Welcome."
Amazing.
And as you're approaching it, you can see the welcome mat. There's just something a little off about it. Like it's raised higher than the ground should be.
Welcome.
Trap? So you're
Well, I
hiding a
could
plate?
attempt to dicker with it, but we could just knock the door over it if we really are going on manners.
Double check to make sure the door isn't a problem either, I imagine, if the welcome mat is.
The door's gonna blow if we knock on it. I mean, we don't have much luck with doors.
Doors
Can I
hurt us.
grab like a stick and lift the edge of the mat up?
Oh wow.
Door really
What
is.
do you want to do?
Oh, just
Just a tree
seeing.
that's done some shit.
So are you stopping her from doing that?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Let me take a look at it, please. So I've already detected.
Yes.
I will attempt to disarm it with thieves' tools, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. That is a 29.
Okay. You walk over and you look and you watch that there's a small cord that is kind of hidden amongst the brush that runs from underneath the mat through a small ring that goes up from the house, then up what looks to be a branch or a vine, so it's hidden amongst it. And you can look straight up about 40 feet, you see a nice, solid, thick trunk that is just like
Oh, that's some predator shit.
right above the door.
Motherfuckers Ewoked
This guy.
I feel like there's a complicated story that goes along with all of this. I'm really excited.
Oh my
about
god, is this
So-
going to be like an Uncharted kind of adventure?
a good-
Once
We
they're
have
little-
found the cabin of Macaulay Culkin. I'm so excited.
Tomb Raider edition, yes.
So knowing this, you walk over and grab the cord, kind of looking to see what the leverage is. You motion to Grog to come over and hold it. You find another piece of what looks to be heavy stone that is by the wall to the side. With Grog's help, you snip it, bring it over, and tie it onto the edge of this piece of the stonework, like a small kind of a pole that was placed into the base of the house, and it holds the weight of the suspended trunk, and it no longer triggers based on step.
Thank you, big man. And Percy, I'm sorry. I know you like a good Rube Goldberg.
I was really excited by this thing. It's a shame to dismantle it.
But it's still there.
It's still there.
Maybe when we leave, we can crash it down.
There's quite a bit to admire here.
The door look hinky at all?
Make an investigation check.
Does that door look kinky at all?
Is
You
it
did
very?
say kinky.
I said hinky.
Yeah, hinky.
Oh,
18.
luckily I heard
18.
kinky.
It does not appear to be trapped per se. It does appear to be locked.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to pick it.
I want to
am
use the
not.
stick and. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
Scanlan, you were going to knock.
Were you going to knock? Or should I knock?
So that you don't have to touch the door in case it's magic.
Which doesn't note, the door at full height is about at the shoulders of most of you. You recognize this. This is definitely a homestead built on the scale for probably halfling or gnome. It's still pretty big for a gnomish home, meaning it's a little more spacious. Headroom, you probably ought to stand in comfortably, except for you, Grog. You're probably a little hunched.
I'm outside.
But
So it's like an ostentatious gnome door.
kind of.
What episode were the Pike family episodes? Bats Out of Hell, no. 1 year later, Family Matters. Family Matters. I knew I remembered the Pools of Wittabach. And they kept, they mentioned there was an old gnomish settlement. And I was like, I remember something about that. I remember something about it from Pike's family. Over 4 centuries ago, the history of our curse. Over 4 centuries ago, when our kin still occupied the city of Wittabach up in the Cliff Keep, long before our bloodline took the name Trickfoot, there was a wily rock gnome named O.G. Pipemender. Now O.G. grew jealous of his brother Lons and his business's success and his marriage, apparently. So, hey, let's just see.
And his marriage, apparently. So, seeking a means of balancing their standing, bringing Lons down a peg or two, O.G. plotted to undermine and shame his brother and destroy his life. Now, he was successful in this plot, at least from what I've gleaned. Lons was ruined. But not before it was revealed to Lons that O.G. himself was the culprit. Now, cornered and fearing for his life, O.G. lashed out and slew his brother. He fled Wittabach and wandered the mountains for weeks, scavenging to survive. On a full moon, he was visited by a vision of what is believed to be the law-bearer, Arathis herself. At least an aspect of her at the very least. Now, this grave injustice he had committed did not go unnoticed by the law-bearer, and it required punishment. And a curse was set within the very blood of O.G. himself.
And did they mention why Wittabach was destroyed? Did they mention why Wittabach, over 4 centuries ago, Wittabach, you fled Wittabach? Okay, this is later. She goes to tell you what she knows the curse in vivid detail, talking about how long ago the family was very pissed off and gone. Ever since then, the family was cursed. They left what was once the gnomish city of Wittabach. Damn it. I feel like there was more about Wittabach, but I wouldn't know which episode to find it in. But it's a gnomish. I mean, could this be OG? That'd be kind of wild. That'd be kind of wacky. But I can see how Ioun and Arathis might have gotten mixed up, especially within the fabrications of later Trickfoots. We're going to go back to listening to the Con Gnomes, who apparently used a real name, so I guess there could be something. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm like, I feel the kernel of truth within this, what is, for all intents and purposes, family fairy tale, right? This is like Romulus and Remus at the start of Rome. But I sense the kernels of truth. There's something between the Trickfoots and Wittabach. And now Wittabach is destroyed. But there's still a gnomish person living outside. The Trickfoots. Trickfoot. I'm trying to say, is there like I am a key hidden somewhere in there? Is it like an anagram for like the key? It's not, right? No, okay. There's no H. Shit. It's like... From the last ep, Wittebach, once a gnomish home, befell a terrible natural occurrence sparked by unnatural means. Since we know a series of assays that are both from the wandering spirits and larger use the artist. Interesting. I'm terrible at anagrams, so I don't want to try. There's also nothing. There's no way this could make the word key. But I could see this like blood curse that OG, or sorry, not OG, whatever his name was, her uncle or her grandpa or her great uncle or whatever. The blood curse that the con gnomes were referring to is actually not a curse. It is the key that has laid dormant within the Trickfoot bloodline until it would, in theory, have use. And making Pike the key would make a lot of sense to me. In terms of speed, in terms of a lot of things. I could see a lot of benefits to making Pike the key. Because they don't have a lot of time to get to know a sentient key or a sentient MacGuffin. They just don't have a lot of time to get to know them, to travel with them, to do any of that shit. And so making Pike the key is an interesting way around that. And it could even be that because Pike has already... Oh, I see the line. Pike has already declared like fealty to Sarenrae, received Sarenrae's blessing. I could totally see it being the sort of thing where like, it's like, I don't want to compare everything to Elder Scrolls, but it's like Elder Scrolls, where you can only commit yourself to one Daedric prince, period, like, because you go to their Daedric plane when you die, like, you are offering your soul to them. You can't like commit your soul to multiple people. And so Pike being a cleric might actually mean that she's not the key. She's already received the blessing of Sarenrae. That's all there. So we have to find the next closest living relative. This person, I think this person's going to be OG Pipemander. And he will not be able to function as the key because he's the Cain and the Cain and Abel construct. He's cursed. He's not going to be able to act as the key, but he will inform them that Lars, the brother, was like a devotee to Ioun or something. And the whole Arathis thing is just a mistranslation as it's been passed down through the family line. And it will turn out that they are not descendant from OG. They are descendant from Lawns. But again, Pike already is committed. That might have even been on purpose by her uncle, by Uncle Wilhelm. Wilhelm might have committed himself and her to Sarenrae on purpose. He might have discovered this whole key business and said, no, I'm not getting involved in any of the plots of the gods. I don't want Lil Pike involved in any of the plots of the gods. So they become Sarenrae devotees. Now they can't act as keys. Or not. That's kind of neither here nor there. Either way, Johanna, who is still in Whitestone, is someone that we already know, we already have a relationship with, we've already interacted with as a party. She's very accessible in Whitestone. So we go here, we talk to OG Pipemander. He says, fucking Arathis punished me because I killed the Ioun key bearer. And they're going to be like, what? And he's going to be like, yeah, it was my brother Lon's. But I know that it was embedded within the blood. It was embedded within the descendants. And he's going to slip in, I never had kids myself. And now all of a sudden, the players are like, wait a minute. I thought you were the Trickfoot, like, descendant or whatever. Or you were the Trickfoot ancestral patriarch. And he's gonna be like, no. The Trickfoots are descendants of my brother. They're my nephew. My nephew was a Trickfoot. Or my niece, probably. My niece was a Trickfoot. After they moved out of Wittebach to get away from me. And now everything starts piecing together. Johanna's the key. I'm feeling it. It's too connected to Wittebach, man. It's too connected. Who else would be here? It could also be a descendant of OG. I think it's gonna be OG though. I think OG's probably a wizard. Or maybe a druid or something that gave him life extension. So that's gnomes are already long-lived. We just have to go back like a little bit less than 800 years, right? Or around 800 years? I mean, how long do gnomes live? Gnome life span 5e. 350 to 500. I mean, if he has something like Timeless Body, or not Timeless Body, the druid one, or the monk one, I don't know. Either way, there's multiple ways to extend your life in D&D. All we have to do is like 2x it, 3x maybe, and he could easily still be alive from the days when Ioun was wounded. And that's assuming that like he even needs to be that old. He could have been, this whole like blood curse thing could have been a thing that his parents had, or this blood curse, this key curse really, could have been a thing that his parents had. And then him and Lons had this whole conflict. He didn't have the key blood, but Lons did, and then descendants, blah, 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 blah. Where are you getting the name Johanna? Is that not Pike's cousin? Is that not Pike's cousin? What's her name? I don't remember any of the Trickfoot names. Whoever Pike's cousin was. JB. I don't know why I was thinking Johanna. Oh my God. Her name was JB? And we're looking at OG? Come on. There's JB. I was definitely thinking of JB. Whoever the one is that is still in Whitestone. Because there was... And Johan. I was not thinking of Johan. Because I know Johan got kicked out. But JB is the one that is working at Slayer's Cake right now, or the library, one of the two, in Whitestone. Whoever that is, that cousin, JB. I think that's going to be the whole thing. I think JB's the key. And I think we're going to learn it right about now.
A little more than is needed.
I could also see a reasoning for why, like, this could just be a purely social thing. If Matt wanted to extend this, there could be something in the ruins of Wittebach that they need to, like, activate the key's full potential or something like that. Some MacGuffin in Wittabach. So they have to go in and fight a giant or do like a stealth mission or whatever to get the MacGuffin in Wittabach that can then activate the key powers of JB or Pike. I think it's going to be JB, though. I don't think it'll be Pike. I think there's going to be the whole, like, committing the soul to one or more deities thing. Isn't Joanna Percy's mother's name? Maybe? I wouldn't have been able to tell you that before, but I'm clearly getting Johanna from somewhere. Although probably just Johan. I was probably just thinking of Johan. But I could be misremembering Percy's mother's name. What's my mother's name? What's my mother's name?
Yeah. So I'll just rap on the door with my knuckles.
Okay. There's an awkward pause.
Hello? Bidet?
Darren, if you want to go ahead and enter the stage.
It's vacation, Darren.
I'm glad you didn't move us with bear traps.
You need this.
What?
You need this. Oh, I've
Hey.
been goosed.
There's a guest character? What's going on?
Chaotic evil.
They got an hour in before. Oh my God. At this point, if you're gonna be a guest character on CR, you have to just be okay with it, with you not coming in for a while. Oh my God. The timestamp notes did say there was a guest. Really? I missed it. Is it? Oh, a guest player announcement. And their reaction, they don't announce who it is. I totally missed it. I did not read it. Which also explains Matt hand-waving travel. I mean, honestly, I think Matt would have hand-waved travel regardless. But it is definitely more reason to do so. Yeah. Oh, man. Sam literally said it a bit ago. You must have missed it. Oh, yeah, I totally missed it. Totally missed it. I didn't miss it and it just like didn't ring as like a weird thing to say to me. I don't know. Who is this?
You weren't supposed to tell.
He's wearing, is this fucking, I can't think of his name. The guy in Kingsman. The guy that's like Merlin in Kingsman. Darren DePaul. I've never heard of Darren DePaul.
I didn't. Sorry about this.
You hear amongst your business for the day, out of nowhere.
It's definitely not the guy in Kingsman.
On the door.
Stanley Tucci is who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Stanley Tucci. He voices Reinhardt? Whoa. That's fun. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. Hammered down.
Okay.
Am I right or am I left?
I open it.
You hear what sounds like 6 or 7 different locks unlocking the door as it slowly swings open. And before them, what do they see?
A very small, elderly gnome, bald on top, with a long, long white beard, and a bit of a distant look in his eyes. And he looks at you and says, "Are you real?"
Love that.
You're real. Prove it. Say that you're real to my invisible frog companion.
I will step forward.
Oh,
and say,
Sprig.
Hello there.
Sprig, rogue, arcane trickster. Interesting. Well, it seems likely that if he is a full-ass leveled character, that they probably do need to go do something in Wittabach.
I'm real. Yes, you're real. There's no invisible frog companion. The voices in my head would not have spoken to that. They know a little bit better than that. But that doesn't matter. I haven't had people here in over 35 years. But you're here, and you're real. Go away. Dimitrik, show them out.
Dimitrik.
You watch as 2 tiny red claws curl around the corner as these tiny impish wings kind of unfurl, and you watch as a tiny imp releases from the edge of the door frame.
Oh my gosh.
Get out! And slams the door.
And show yourself out, Dimitrik. I don't need you here. 19 years of you is more than enough.
You hear muffling argument through the doors. The voice goes,
I'll stay where you please. You gave me permission to stay. If anyone's going to leave, you're going to leave.
I think you should go to Craghammer and become a circus performer with a little tin cup and a little hat and say, oh dear, I'm Dimitri, the magical imp. That's where you belong, I tell you right now.
That sounds like a lot more fun than having to deal with you on a daily basis, you son of a...
Go, language imp.
This has just become an improv. Oh man, that's funny. This guy's also, he's a true blue fan. He knows about Craghammer. Did you hear that poll? Although maybe, he heard it earlier in the session. That's possible. I don't have anything complicated to say so far. He's fun. And easily could be Sprig Drigfoot. Or Sprig. What was their original name? I don't remember. I don't remember what the Trickfoot clan original name was, but he could be that. He could still be family. Who knows?
Door creaks open once more.
Sorry. The door creeps open again. I'm sorry as well. For him. He's awful.
I stick my foot in.
No!
Yes.
I'm really very sorry to bother you, although I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. I'm having a very hard time not just smiling like an idiot. Could we trouble you just for a few moments? We mean no harm at all. We do need to talk to you. We've come a very long way. As farts. That's got to count for something.
We could give you some interesting conversation. 35 years is a very long time.
We've done a lot, we've seen a lot, we could tell you all about it.
I play an old traditional gnome song to try to sort of just kind of soften him a bit.
Make a performance check.
Yeah, what is an old gnome song?
I don't know. 24.
It's been a long time since you've heard music, let alone one that kind of scratches an old memory of childhood.
That's nice. Whatever strikes your fancy, to be fair.
Going to the
You see the imp in the back going, oh, stop that racket!
You don't even appreciate the music. What would an imp song sound like? You can't say one, can you? Because you don't have music where you're from.
I can, but it'll cause your ears to bleed. It sounds like this.
Dimitri, I find that very entertaining.
You're such a liar!
You know me.
The imp just poof, vanishes before you.
Oh, he's gone. Don't worry about him. He gets a little bit testy.
I love this fucking double act from the two of them. What is this? This is fucking Martin Short and Steve Martin on tour on Broadway. Oh my god. This is fucking Ebert and what's Ebert's partner? Ebert Carl? It's not Carl. Ebert and Eldridge. It's that. I love this double act with them.
So,
may we speak? May we have a moment of your time?
You can come in if you like. Just be careful. There's illusions and thingamahoppers.
We have a, sorry, that's infectious. We have a really big guy. Are you all right with him coming in? Grog, are you all right with coming in?
Do I get in that damn door?
Have you not crawled on all fours before?
You should try it if you haven't. It's quite delightful.
Are you lying?
No, for once.
Can I do
No,
an
I'm
inside
not.
check on Percy?
Sure.
It's all the rage.
19. I have never actually been quite so honest in my entire life. I think you'll find it very therapeutic. I'm not
Rolling
kidding.
on all fours.
How does it feel?
I'm waiting for it to kick in.
Siskel and Ebert is what I was thinking of. I don't think I was... Oh, wait. Hosted the television show At the Movies with Roger Ebert. Wait, what? Ebert and Roper? I was definitely thinking about Siskel and Ebert. But... Anyways.
Crawler, you forward, back a bit.
You have
Stretch.
to give it a chance before you feel the
Downward
eye.
dog. Stretch.
You watch as this large, gray-skinned mountain of a man just kind of crawls his way in, and you could
duck walk.
You could duck walk through if you really wanted to. It's like this is worse than Gandalf in Baghdad.
I feel you're like I'm putting the vote there.
Yeah, it's
all fours in.
All fours. It is probably that's probably the most comfortable means of transport through the house. But you walk in, and immediately, you watch as your new gnomish friend is going around and quickly disabling small things, like putting small keys and tying off strings and wires you saw that were set up around portions of the room.
I am going to try and map this in my head. The crazy stuff I'm seeing right now.
You also, this place is, it's like a hoarder's den. You see just shelves and shelves of books and papers and scrolls and stacks of them. And you see on bits of furniture and chairs just more stacks of books and sacks and satchels and quills and inkwells, some spilt and left and dried long ago. This place is very lived in, very chaotic, and very unique.
The first thing I'd do is we come and scan the room or rooms for...
You know what? Okay. Before we get too into talking to Gnomish Reinhardt, before we get too into talking to Sprig, because I want to be able to like give my full thoughts on Sprig. He is shooting up through the ranks of my guest PCs, and I want to be able to give him the vocal effort that he deserves. Because I have a feeling that not only will I want to possibly... I have some feelings about what's coming next. I am getting a sense that I'm going to want to talk a lot more. So, and I'm definitely nearing the point where I can't. So, I think my current plan, as of right now, will be to split the episode into 3. So it'll be, we'll do this one today, part 2 on Monday, part 3 on Friday. And we'll try to get a little ways into, after the break, on Monday. Yeah. I wish that I was, I want to know more about Sprig, but I am... It's yeah. But this was a fun session. This is a fun session. How much do you have left? We have 30 or 27 minutes before the break. We have 27 minutes before the break. And then the second half is 2 hours. Sprig is not that interesting. He's fun so far. It's one of my favorite introductions of a guest NPC so far. Yeah. And I think I was debating trying to push through to the break, but I have a feeling I will have more that I want to talk about within that 27 minutes. And, he only gets better too. Oh, yeah. Yep. This is a jam-packed episode. I had so much I wanted to talk about this episode. Obviously, I had a huge takeaway. I'll tell you right now, man. This arc is... It's hard. I have a lot of affection for the Briarwood arc. That's where I would say I kind of fell for Critical Role. But man, this last arc is rocketing through the ranks quickly. It's easily my second favorite arc so far. If in easy contention for number 1. And even the things that I've had like problems with are like minor things about like authorial control within the players that... Yeah. I'm trying to think of like concise ways to put it, but I'm not good at that. My voice is hurting. I'm gonna go. I'm excited for next episode, and I will see you all on Monday. I'm psyched to watch more. Yeah. Peace out, everybody. Goodbye.